We want to welcome you to the joint Senate and House Universities and Colleges committee meeting. Chairman Scoggins is on his way and he will be there, and we're going to get immediately started because we've got a full agenda this afternoon. So we would like to welcome our state treasurer, David McRae, who's going to give us an update on our college savings program. Treasurer?
Good afternoon. I appreciate the invitation to come and speak to you all today about our college savings program, or sometimes referred to, well, hold on a second. Apparently somebody is at my house. Anyway, I hope they belong there. Anyway, good afternoon. I appreciate the invitation to come here and talk about our college savings, or sometimes referred to as our 529 program, our impact program, or our max plan. They all refer to the same thing and have the same goal: helping kids go to school and graduate with little to no debt. Now, as y'all know, my background is from the private sector. I came from the financial world. I come from a department store family where we ran McRae's department store with the simple idea that the customer is always right. And I brought that into the state treasury. I brought the idea that the customer is always right. And this part of the state treasury, to me, is the customer service business. That is what we're in. This and unclaimed money are the two factors and departments over in the state treasury that are in the customer service building and customer service industry. And so with that, we inherited a program with our impact program, our prepaid college tuition program, that was underwater or heading in the wrong direction fast. And one thing I wanted to do was to fix that program. And that is what we've done. When I inherited the state treasury, we noticed the impact plan was at 72% funded. Within a year, we had gotten that up to 80% funded. Within 2 years, we had gotten it to 90% funded. And today, I am proud to say within 5 years, we have gotten it over 100% funded. And when I refer to what program was going underwater, it was the legacy program, the program that was the older program that was started in the 90s by Treasurer Bennett. And unfortunately, it had seen some rough days through investments and the rise of costs of college tuition. But I never foresee a problem that I can't fix, and that's what we've done. The legacy program, like I said, is at 100% funded. And the Horizon plan, which started after the legacy program was shut down, is now at a healthy 140% funded. Now you ask, the simple question to ask right now is, why, how did this happen? Well, I like to think that I'm a super intelligent person and did it all by myself, but it's not true. Part of that statement's not true, and I'll let you figure out which one of that's not true. I have an incredibly great staff who has gone above and beyond in the mission that to make this a customer service business, customer service part of the state treasury. I have Alice Clare here, who is director of the College and Career Savings Mississippi, and I'm proud to have her as director of that program. But it was more than just having a great staff. They bought into the mission because what we decided to do was not only service what the previous treasurers had done, college, high school sports such as football, basketball, and baseball. They go out to every single event you can possibly imagine. They'll go to those three major sports, but they'll also go to cheerleading competitions. They'll also go to quiz bowls. They'll also go to chess competitions. And we get people to sign up for those events, and they become lifelong members of our program, and which is great. But on top of that, with the legislature's help and their partnership, when I first got to the state treasury, I asked them, let me change the investment structure of College Savings Mississippi. They took a chance on me, and they said, sure. So they passed legislation, which I'm proud and thankful that they did, that allowed us to change the investment structure of the 529 programs from outdated investment structure to a modernized investment structure, which allowed us to invest into everything currently that the state treasury can invest in. And that is why we've seen such healthy returns. That is why we've seen the program go from 72% funded when I took it over to 100% funded legacy program, 140% Horizon program. And I'm thankful for the legislature to do that. Also with me is my Chief Investment Officer of the State Treasury, Justin Smith, who had had great foresight to see during COVID that the real estate market was going to burst. It was not going to be great. And when I mean real estate market, I mean like what McCrae's used to be in, the department store business, buying retail that just wasn't going to work anymore. We quickly divested from that because of the new investment structure y'all allowed us to have. And that pulled up great returns and allowed us to get where we are today. For those who are kind of wondering how many members are in these programs, which is a great thing to wonder, our current non-prepaid program as of today, which is our Max plan, which is, like I said, our non-prepaid one, you can subscribe to it for $25 and it goes up to a much higher number you can put in. We currently have 23,214 members of that program. Our Impact Legacy program, which will be phasing out over time as people use the program, is currently at 7,817 members. Our Impact Horizon plan, which is the one we currently are allowing new members into, is at 3,001. We will continue to increase our Horizon membership through Alice Clare and her team going out and subscribing new members. But another way we have seen people subscribe to these plans are through the 27 Trump tax cuts. And what I mean by that is in the 27 tax cuts, he allowed for 529 programs to be used for other things, such as community college, for labor, for apprenticeships. And we've seen a vast number of people use it for that. The new generation of kids graduating from college or Gen Z, or graduating high school, Gen Z, they don't see a supreme value of going all 4 years to a 4-year university. Some do, some don't, but a lot of them want to make money, which I admire, and that's a great idea. However, they also want to go to a community college and learn a skill. They are seeing the value of starting their own business, going into welding, nursing, HVAC, plumbing. If you live in Jackson or in some of these towns around Mississippi, there's maybe one plumber. It's not a bad idea to go and be a plumber or someone of that industry, making a lot of money and monopolizing the market. So we want to help with that. And the 2017 tax cuts allowed us to do that. That is why we're seeing a rise in these prepaid college tuition plans and using it for community college and maybe going 2 years to a 4-year university to finish out their degree. I'll tell you a quick story. I had a young woman work for me, incredibly smart. She did great, applied to Mississippi State, and she was out of high school and applied to Mississippi State and got a half, kind of not a full tuition. She lived down in Laurel, so she went to Jones Community College down there. And she ended up killing it at Jones and was able to use her prepaid to go to Jones, and then from there get a full scholarship to the 4-year university of where she wanted to go to. And she ended up going to Mississippi State and becoming an accountant and has a successful career today. I think that is, people are seeing value in prepaid college tuition plans in a various sundry of different ways. I've outlined the ways they use it for 2 years and then 4 years, but we have a lot of people who want to subscribe to these plans because the idea, as I said earlier, is to graduate college with little to no debt. And that's what these programs do. When I first started as treasurer, the debt a child graduated college with was roughly $30,000. 5 years later, it's roughly $35,000, $36,000. It will continue to rise as we progress further and further down the line. It will also, the problem is people do not have as much disposable income anymore. However, I am glad that they are valuing education over other things and that they are signing up for these programs as we move forwards. I'm proud of this program. There are only 11 open state prepaid programs in the country. Of the 50 states, there are only 11. I believe we are the most successful of one of those programs. We've found a way to make this work in Mississippi, to make it a healthy program as we move forwards. As I conclude, and I'll be happy to take any questions you all have, I always tell this to my investment team during our meetings. I not only as treasurer have a legal fiduciary duty to everybody who subscribes to these programs to make sure that money is there. When I took over this program, I was going to have to come to the legislature and ask the top taxpayers for a bailout. We figured a way not to do that. And as you see, we've been incredibly successful at that. But on top of the fiduciary duty I have to the people of Mississippi, to you all, to the taxpayers, I also feel like I have a moral and ethical obligation to the subscribers of this program. If I fail, they don't get to go to college. If I fail, that I have let them down. And that is the attitude I take into running this program and running everything at the state treasury. But I feel that we are going in the right direction, and we will continue to go in the right direction as we improve and get ready for the future. One of the big things we are signing, I'm the bank, I feel like I am the bank of the state. And one thing we are noticing is people are not opening up checking accounts as much as they used to. So we have to adapt at College Savings for that. We are starting to be open to more cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, PayPal, Venmo to accept payments. We're seeing people with young families going towards these options. A couple of years ago, we started to allow debit cards to be used to pay for the MAX program or Impact program to pay for the things they needed at college instead of having to go to the university, get a signed piece of paper, and then be able to use their own money. We felt that was inefficient. So we're going to continue to improve our Impact program as we go forwards. We will also be able to continue our investments as we go forward and adapt to the changing climates as we see fit. And I think this is one of the most remarkable. I'm a little biased, but I think this is one of the most remarkable programs we have in the state of Mississippi. So thank y'all. And if y'all have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you. That's an incredible result that we're seeing, and I think we'll have a long-term impact for our students and their families. Do we have questions, Senator Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question. I think I may know the answer to this, just, but when you write a check for that, what does that include? When that individual you're writing the check for, when they go in, is that like tuition and books for 4 years? Is that correct?
So it depends on which program you're part of. The Impact program, which is the prepaid tuition plan, the check written for it's totally for tuition. That's it. But then we also, and fees and things of that nature. The MAX plan is the one that can be used for tuition, room and board, books, and everything under the sun that someone may need as a student at a university.
Can you do both plans?
You can, and we've actually seen a rise in people using both plans who can afford it. I mean, I'm not going to lie, the Impact prepaid plan is very expensive. However, college tuition will go up. It will be a great investment for the future.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
No problem.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Treasurer, thank you for that presentation.
Yes, sir.
My question is, see, what assessment do you use to assess the Delta area as far as it pertains to our students in those areas there?
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
How do you go, what measurement are you using to assess those students in the Mississippi Delta?
We use our actuaries to assess that, and the average in which y'all raise your tuition depends upon how much the college impact plan will cost.
Okay. And I noticed that you said that there were a lot of funding that was done through the legislature that you have not, had to have as of late. So are you looking forward to coming back to see if there's anything that we can do?
I'm always curious of what y'all can do and to help me run the plan better. Yes, but yes, right now we're happy with what we got. I never asked for anything I don't think I need. So I'm happy with what y'all have allowed me to do. And it really has saved this program, and the partnership we have with the legislature has been great. So I thank y'all very much.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. What was the rate of return where you turned this thing around? I mean, you must have had a great rate of return.
Oh, the rate of return, let me look. I wouldn't be treasurer without numbers. Let's see. The rate of return was roughly, Justin, I don't see this on here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Not a question. I want to just say thank you for your leadership. Being a member of the College Savings Board, I've seen these programs at the lowest, and now to see them at their highest height is very rewarding. And I just want to say thank you for your leadership and your team.
Well, I appreciate you being on the board and everything and, you know, guidance and helpful and understanding these programs and helping us move forward for the future students and current students of Mississippi. I think it's going to be great. And as we move forwards with the businesses we attract, these plans will become more and more available and more appealing to, I think, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. All right, our next speaker that is going to come join us, we appreciate it, is Patrick Sullivan, who is chairman of our State Workforce Investment Board.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity. Again, my name is Patrick Sullivan. I'm here because I chair the State Workforce Board. Just a little background to remind you guys, back in 2020, through legislation, you reformed the State Workforce Board, which every state is required by federal law to have. The intent is to have a business-based board, business majority board, to advise the state, to monitor the state workforce development system, and advise the state on paths moving forward. For our executive committee, I think I saw John McKay here, just to give you an idea of kind of the other makeup. All of the educated, we do have public officials on our board. All the educated entities are represented on our board: IHL, Community College Board, State Department of Education, other public agencies like MDES, Department of Human Services. But a majority of the board is business people. So I'm not an educator. I'm not a researcher. I'm going to share some data points with you that we see from our perspective. We try to pinpoint problems, but our executive committee is currently 5 members. John McKay is our vice chair. A lot of you know him. Scott Waller has been on our executive committee for a number of years because of the change in the business association. Scott's rolling off. Monica Harrigill, who's in the hotel business and a range of other businesses, is joining our executive committee, and Monica is very engaged and has a lot of great input. And then the lieutenant governor appoints 2 members: Nick Parrish, who's in the construction business in the Columbus area, and then Pablo Diaz, who runs economic development and port operations over in the Vicksburg area. I don't think there's any issue that we haven't had unanimous consent on. We take this is a volunteer role for us, but we take it very seriously. There's plenty of strengths and successes that we could talk about, but most of our recommendations are geared towards trying to highlight problems and deficiencies in the system towards finding better solutions. I'm going to try to stick to my script here. I did write something up. If any of you want it, I'm happy to email it to the committee staff, and you guys can look at it. But simply put, our workforce problems and challenges can be summed up by saying we have a workforce quality problem. And so the overall quality of Mississippi's workforce is what we're trying to address by pushing more people into high value training and education pipelines. Too many Mississippi students are earning the workforce from education pipelines that we would deem a low value. And the result of that for a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them is low skill, low wage occupations. My background before business, for my paying job, I represent energy companies mostly, but my background's in public policy. I'll look at this issue and I can look at education policy and see a pretty quick intersection with workforce policy, especially as it pertains to post-secondary education. Our post-secondary institutions are absolutely our highest value pipelines that supplies new entrants into our workforce. But the biggest problem, or I would say, missed opportunity is that we want to highlight today is the misalignment between what the education system supplies and what real economic demands are. In other words, far too many students, a large majority, are in the workforce without obtaining an education degree or credential that they can leverage into a good paying job. And we'll get into some of the data points here. Now, that doesn't mean that some of these students don't find success, because certainly some do. It just means that they didn't really get anything in the public education system that helped them gain that success. There were other variables that resulted in that. The cost of this overall is low skills, low wages for far too many students, more than half of them, and unfilled high-paying jobs at good employers across the state. And so the three primary points I want to emphasize today are, while the amount of money spent and the degrees awarded are good things for our state to track, the most important education success metric should be work outcomes for our students. Our state, number two, our state needs to build a culture of increasing data collection analysis, because education policy and spending should be driven by a return on investment model, to steer more of our public resources into higher value education and away from the areas in education programs that result in poor or negative returns. Number three, if we are serious about workforce development and getting more Mississippians into successful pathways, our state needs a higher level of engagement in workforce development from the legislature and our other public education partners like IHL, the Community College Board, even the State Department of Education. So we'll get into these issues quickly. First, student work outcomes should become the most important education success metric. An effective effort will naturally steer more dollars and students into high-value education areas, and subsequently result in better work outcomes for our students. To improve workforce quality, meet labor demand, and get more Mississippians into high-paying jobs, the state badly needs education policy and spending to focus more intentionally on work outcomes. Currently, it does not. So what does this look like? In simple terms, the state gaining a better understanding. And when I talk about the state, what I mean there is the collective state, us, the business people, the legislature, our policymakers, our education leaders, all of us at the table together to figure out solutions to these hard problems, because there are no easy, obvious solutions in most cases. But the state needs to gain a better understanding of where education is helping Mississippians and where it's not. And I think for me, I probably have more, as I mentioned, I'm not an educator or researcher. I probably have more questions than I do answers. But open discussions like this are a really great place to start. So I commend the committee for the will to do this. Some questions that come to mind are, these are just fundamental questions. What is the purpose of education? Is it to supply knowledge and learning, or to give students the tools they need to be successful in today's labor market, or both? Is the public education system supplying what the economy is demanding? I think in our assessment of that, the way we would answer that is, in part, it is supplying what the economy is demanded, but only for a small percentage of our students. And the result of that is a lot of unmet demand in other parts of the labor market, a missed opportunity for high wage opportunities. If we can be honest, are our state policies and spending practices more prioritized on student work outcomes, or protecting old institutions, regardless of how those institutions are or are not helping students gain a leg up or be successful in life? Should funding models prioritize student work outcomes? Are current funding models weighted towards student work outcomes? I think our assessment of that is largely no. I think in a lot of cases, even looking at student work outcomes, it happens in pockets, but in a lot of cases, it's largely ignored. How do we currently define success in education? Do we just look at the amount of money we spend and how many degrees we award, but we fail to look at the level of success of our students once we turn them out into the world. And so to answer these types of questions, we go to the next point, that education and policy spending should be driven by a return on investment model to steer more resources into all of the good areas of education that are resulting in very good work outcomes for our students. The hard part of that is that probably means the state would be steering resources away from areas with very poor or negative returns. To do that, our state needs to build a culture of data collection and analysis to regularly measure how education policy and spending are moving the needle on student work outcomes and driving business productivity and growth. This should be done by the legislature, our educational entities like IHL, MCCB. And like I said earlier, this is all of us together at the table together, figuring out real solutions that importantly are going to get more students in time into better work situations, but secondarily will help meet real economic demand and improve the alignment between the education system and the economy. The culture needs to be not just about collecting information and producing data reports. We've been fairly good at doing that. It's more about collecting information, producing data reports, and letting the data guide us in how we allocate our resources and make decisions. The answer to any of our workforce problems, to calm the educators, the answer is always more education, right? And so, but it's not just more education in anything. It's more targeted education. And I'll share some data points here, and just, ask, as a state, what should we do with this type of information? And so I looked at the public high school graduating class of 2013. So these guys and girls have been out in the workforce for 10 or 12 years now. Those who went straight to work after high school without attempting to go to college, their average earnings, when I say average, we pull median earnings, because if you just do straight mean average, high earners can kind of skew the results. And so median gives us a numbers right in the middle. It tells us, well, half the people are making more and half the people are making less. So for the graduates of the 2013 class who went straight into the workforce, their mean wage is $35,000 recently. Those who went to college but dropped out, their average is less than that, $32,000. For community college graduates, whether that's a degree or a certificate, their average is $43,000. For the university graduates, bachelor's degree, their average is almost $49,000. And so I think we look at information like that and we say, oh, well, that makes a clear case that more students should seek to earn a degree either at a community college or a university. And that is a reasonable conclusion. I think what we would say is we shouldn't be satisfied with those numbers. The $35,000 high school graduate went straight to work. That's probably not going to change very much. I mean, there may be some ways that we can impact, and we're working on impact people in that demographic. But what we shouldn't be satisfied with, I mean, for the sake of this committee, is those median numbers for the community college degree and certificate graduates and the university graduates. We should want those numbers to be much higher. We should want the value proposition of going to a community college or a university to be much greater than it is. Pick a number, but I think we're thinking more along the lines of, if you eliminate, or not eliminate, but if we decrease the number of students going through low value pipelines and through policy, effectively shift those students, keep those students in the system, hopefully more students, but keep those students in the system and direct them into higher value pipelines over time, naturally that median wage number is going to go up. And so we would want, the community college average wage to be more around $60,000. We would want the median wage for a bachelor's degree more around $80,000. So continuing with the high school class, just kind of getting into percentages, that 2013 class, Over 50% of them were in those first two categories, straight to work or in college and dropped out. I think it's 51%. As you can guess, the wage outcomes are really poor. 17% in that class earned a community college degree. So just to give you an idea, in case you guys probably know, in that class, it was I think somewhere around 27,000 graduates. So 17% earned a community college degree or certificate as their highest degree. Now, some kids probably went to a community college and continued to the university, but 21% of those earned a bachelor's degree. And so we've got about 38% who earned some sort of degree. Our culture, historically, the way we operate, we associate that with a positive outcome. Just because it was a degree earned. And I think what we're trying to raise the issue on is it is a positive outcome, but only for a fraction of those students. About half of the four-year graduates in Mississippi, data shows, are underemployed, meaning that they are working in a job that didn't require them to have that degree. That's not what you want. That's not what they expect when they go to college. I think it's about the same for community college graduates. A large percentage, too high, are unemployed, working in jobs not associated, not requiring them to have that degree. So when you factor that, thinking in line that 27,000 person high school class, only about 15 to 20% of those in our assessment entered the workforce in the last 12 years from what we would consider a high value workforce pipeline. That's the exercise I think in front of us, is how do we increase through policy spending practices? How might we increase that 15 to 20% number? And looking at data showing wage outcomes from community colleges and universities degrees, there are things that seem to be just crying for a policy response. Based on wage data, it's pretty clear that we are oversupplying our labor market in areas, this is at the university level, but in areas like general psychology, English literature, performing arts, exercise science, journalism, interdisciplinary studies, political science, biology, foreign languages. Just in areas like these, we are turning out over 3,000 graduates a year into the labor market. There's not nearly that level of demand for those types. There's some, but not nearly. And, I've never personally had an employer mention to me like, man, but we could just find us a good English lit major. That's what we're looking for. Or foreign languages, or I'll stop there. But same as at the community college level. We've got several thousand graduates leaving the community college system with a general studies or a liberal arts degree at 2 years and not continuing their education after the community college. I think we would like them to continue their education and go get something that's more relevant. But the wage outcomes of all those, of all that category, I mean, now we're talking about, of that class, 6,000 students of the 10,000 that actually earned a degree, their average wage outcomes are the same as if they just would have gone straight to work right out of high school. That's not what they want, and I don't think that's what we want as a state. So recently, the State Workforce Board generated a report, which is available, we can share with you, via the State Longitudinal Data System. It's housed at MSU. The report looked at wage outcomes by degree category from every individual public college and university in the state. And just one small example, but I mean, there are many, many of these. One institution, a small one, graduated 44, this is a 4-year institution, graduated 44 psychology students between the years 2010 and 2014. Today, only 16 of those are showing up on Mississippi payrolls with the median wage after being in the workforce for 10 to 15 years. Median wage of $42,000. Question is, with that type of, what do we do with that type of information. There are better outcomes, and better options, than those sorts of things. The final point is just related to building a culture of setting goals and tracking progress. At the state level, we need a higher level of engagement in workforce development from the legislature and our public education partners. We are challenging our counterparts at the IHL and the Community College Board to dig into the data and to better understand what their systems are producing, how it matches what real economic demand, and be at the table with us and considering and table with you guys and considering what better policies and funding models may be that may effectively push more students into higher earning pathways. But those organizations, along with the business community and the legislature, should urgently seek to better understand more specifically how their systems can contribute to raising income levels, improving the overall quality of Mississippi's workforce. One point I want to make real quick is we lack the ability. It seems like we lack that. We have a lot of capability to collect data, but we lack the ability, maybe the will, at the state level to collect real-time data. And I'll give you just an example, just picking our team at Accelerate. That's another conversation. Proud of a lot of things we've done over the last several years. But 2 years ago, we started identifying priority occupations and quantifying those needs. The response has been not nearly what we would like it to be, but pick one, industrial maintenance technicians. Training takes place at a lot of community colleges around the state. There is a need, there is unmet demand for industrial maintenance technicians. It's not great, but it is absolutely a need to increase capacity in those programs. It seems like we lack the ability to look to gauge, and maybe somebody want to leave here tell me I'm wrong. We just haven't seen it yet. But to look at what enrollment is when these kids come in this August for a new semester, by October, at least by October, we ought to be able to see what enrollment is in some of these critical classrooms and gauge whether we're moving the needle the way we want to move it. You guys created and funded the Career Coach program. Huge step in the right direction. The key to that program from a success standpoint is to change enrollment trends in post-secondary institutions. And I would have you put the pressure on our team and bring them in and ask them what they're doing to ensure that's going to happen. It's not just the team at Accelerate. It's Courtney Taylor who runs the office for us, but Blaze King, Blaze, I don't think Blaze is here today. He runs a career coach. We've had this conversation, and then he's got administrative partners out in the state at the PDDs that are closer to you. And so ask all of those people involved and have them show you where we're trying to move the needle and changing enrollment trends. But that can't be the only solution. I saw that the Education Achievement Council was on the agenda today. In reading that statute, it seems fairly clear to me that when the legislature wrote it back however many years, 15 years ago, what they intended that to be was an effort where you get leaders, education leaders, and other leaders around the table to analyze the system and ask the question, is the public education system producing what we need it to produce for the sake of our students, for the economy? And I think it's just an example of another effort that, while well-intended, got off track along the way and turned into something that has been fairly insignificant. And I mean, that is the question in all of this, that this is the public education system producing what we need it to be to produce for the sake of the students first, but also for our greater economy and our communities as a whole. I commend the chairman and the committee for the willingness to openly discuss this important information. We're happy to do it, more of it. And I know some of this information is hard to look at, but I think as a state, if we're serious about workforce development, raising incomes, we've got to ask the hard questions and be willing to acknowledge areas that are working well, but also areas that aren't working well or aren't working at all. And I think an honest look at the data would, for us, the logical conclusion is that we've got entire programs that seems like the state should stop investing in, maybe even institutions. But the result of that is the freedom to reallocate resources, more resources into the areas that really are paying off. At the end of the day, effective work and better time post-secondary production to real demand should most importantly increase our valuable workforce development pipelines and help more Mississippians find success, but also make our education institutions more successful. A higher value product coming out of education systems on average is going to result in higher success for those education and a higher value proposition, as we mentioned earlier. We simply need to more strongly tie student work outcomes to what we decide to do and fund in education. Happy to take any questions.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to ask you to, let's ask questions because you have actually segued into Dr. Allen's, what he's going to talk about with our Educational Achievement Council. And so if you could, can you wait for just a second and then y'all possibly handle some questions together because they may be very similar questions. Dr. Allen, if you'll go ahead and come up. This is Jay Allen. Y'all know him as the president of Mississippi Itawamba Community College. But he is also the chair of the Educational Achievement Council that Patrick was just referring to. And so Dr. Allen, will you tell him what we're embarking on with the Educational Achievement Council?
Perfect. Let me give you a little history. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee for the invitation to provide an update on the Education Achievement Council. The council was established by the legislature in 2010 with a straightforward charge: raise Mississippi's working age educational attainment to the national average by 2025. There wasn't a number set there, Madam Chair, so that's one of the issues we had to address a little bit later, but that's all right. The council brings together state government, K-12, public and private higher education, and business leaders. The idea was simple and sound. If the state expected progress, all sectors needed to own a part of that work. It is written into the statute even who is going to be on that council, so that's included there as well. I do currently serve as the chairman, but as you mentioned, that is not my full-time job. But thankfully, Itawamba Community College is gracious enough to keep me employed, as well as allowing me and supporting me in working on these statewide efforts. A little bit of history. The EAC's authority and expectations are defined in Mississippi Code 37-163-1. Since its inception, the council's primary responsibility has been collecting and analyzing and publishing statewide and institutional educational attainment data. The focus has been annual report cards for each college and university as required by that statute, as well as a statewide summary. These reports were designed to establish transparency and encourage progress toward increasing degree and credential completion. In October of 2020, the council unanimously adopted Mississippi's post-secondary attainment goal of 55% by 2030, known now as the Ascent to 55%. Special thanks to Woodward Hines Education Foundation. I know they're with us today for their support of that effort and being willing to put grant dollars behind that effort. This gave Mississippi a modern, measurable goal that aligns with the national workforce expectations and employer demand. The EAC became the state-level convener for helping track progress toward that benchmark. In practice, the council has functioned largely as an information gathering and reporting body. The work is centered on meeting statutory obligations related to report card development, publications, and data transparency. We have, of course, heard many reports on education efforts, including redesign of state financial aid efforts as well. That approach served as a purpose, but as the educational landscape has changed, the council structure does not allow us currently to keep pace with the changes that we're facing. Times have changed, and there is a need to have some changes to the EAC and its responsibility to better meet today's needs, as higher ed continues to be the primary path for attaining a credential of value for post-high school graduation for Mississippians. The report cards are not as pertinent as they used to be. The data is readily available in other ways on the websites of our colleges and beyond, federal databases as well. I think there's more valuable inputs that could be made there as well. There's a subcommittee of the EAC to reimagine the purpose of the EAC as we move forward, if it shall move forward. The Education Achievement Council was founded with great intentions and strong structure. It reflected the challenge of 2010. It is time for it to reflect the challenges and opportunities of 2026 and beyond, if it is to continue its statutory existence. Our aim is simple: ensure Mississippi has the talent pipeline to compete nationally, support employers, and improve quality of life for our citizens. I appreciate the committee's interest in the council's evolution, and I look forward to your guidance as we continue to do this work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Patrick, if you'll come back up too, just to do this. This is a committee, just a kind of explanation. Have any of y'all ever served on it? You've served on it. This is a committee that we attend and we get these reports and then we go home. And their information is not synergized. It's not used for looking at workforce development. It's not looking at those things that we are looking at, what we're doing at the educational level and how it's translating to workforce, how it's translating to better jobs, getting in those sectors that we have deficits in. So basically, we got a committee that gives us a lot of pretty reports and we do nothing with it.
Chair, is your mic working?
Yes, I'll talk louder. Okay. So one of the things, we were all at a meeting and we actually broke outside our meeting because one of the things we all would like to do is make this, we need additional information. One of the things that I've learned in this process is that we have a lot of data readily available to us to make better decisions, but that data is not being produced to us and it's not giving us the information we really need to make better decisions. So the option, as we've talked about, and Chairman Scoggins, we've talked about, is that we revamp this Educational Accountability Committee to where that it can give us the data that we need for our educational, not just at the community college and the IHL level, but done correctly, it should also give information back to our K-12. So that's why we're kind of talking about a total revamp. When we get this data, you're going to hear some speakers later on, but a lot of this data in other states, and don't let me, y'all have seen this, Dr. Taylor's back there as well. This data is actually used then to look at performance of our community colleges and our IHL in a number of different ways in other states. So you can look at what this data is showing us, and then they have performance metrics in other states that actually tracks that. So you can get a complete picture on what that graduate looks like or what that certificate program is doing and then how it translates. So that's what we're going to be kind of proposing, is just to do a full revamp of this committee. If y'all, so when you look at the data and you look at the bill, if this is something that y'all would like. So I put it on our terms. So anyway, so as y'all have questions for them, I think Patrick, you also brought up some other information people have questions about. So, questions? Okay. Representative?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is for Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, during your discussion, I want to say, you talked about, was it predetermined occupations?
Priority.
I'm sorry, priority occupations. Out of those priority occupation programs, are they being offered at our four-year institutions and our junior colleges?
So and I'm quickly getting into Courtney Taylor's lane. We chair the board. My understanding, this is from a high level, of priority occupations are just that. These are occupations that are in short supply, high demand, that we're not producing enough of. For the most part, to answer your question, they are either offered or should be offered at community colleges. In a lot of cases, I mean, these are things like electricians. We've got, I don't know how many out-of-state electricians work in the AWS site up in Madison County and soon to be at other locations. The state's done a good job at bringing in very high quality employers. That's created new challenges in this. And now, right now, all the challenges for the most part on the construction labor side. And so, I mean, it's not just electricians, but it's HVAC technicians, it's pipe fitters, it's plumbers, industrial maintenance technicians. So mostly technical level, but that's not to say that there are a range of high value fields that can only be obtained through a 4-year degree. But it's not necessarily something that our office has identified as a priority occupation. Does that answer your question? You know, and I think an important for you guys, something that I think there's some level of thinking that all of these trades training are offered at colleges, at community colleges across the state. They're offered in some locations, but the capacity and the scale at which we have the ability to train, that's where the shortcoming is. We have bottlenecks. And so what you'll be seeing very soon are not anything to replace current training programs, but efforts to supplement, to try to meet some of this new demand. And some of the demand is new. Some of the demand was there 5 years ago. It's just more industrial development has exacerbated those challenges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question I have, I've talked to a couple of the presidents in the room, and one of the problems, you're talking about electricians and plumbers. You know, the problem we're running into, from my understanding, is that we don't have enough people to train the electricians and plumbers too, as well, the demand, right, in some of these colleges, because a lot of them, the ones that can train them are out there making the money, and so they're not able to train. And so that's what I've heard was a big problem we have right now, a lot, especially in your community colleges. Because I have a friend that owns an electrician company in Florence, Mississippi, and he's lacking about 10 people right now. He cannot find enough electricians that are trained, and he's willing to train them, but even getting them to show up and work too. That's the other side, work ethic. We have a lot of folks that don't want to work. I mean, let's be honest, they don't want to do the hard jobs, but that's where the money's at. I mean, let's be honest, plumbers, electricians, they make really good money if they're willing to work. I mean, they can pretty much write their own paycheck right now because they're in that much of a demand. But the other thing is not having enough people to train at these community colleges. So I don't know if that's something we can talk about as a legislature, how we can help maybe, you know, make sure they have the money to pay these guys. Because these guys, to leave a $100,000 paycheck to come train for $40,000 or $50,000, it's just not feasible for these guys, right? I mean, they're making too much money to come train, but we need them to train. So maybe there's some incentives we can do as a legislature, or some kind of something. That's what my thoughts go to. And so you got to remember, I'm an auctioneer and just an old, working before I came here. So I wasn't behind a desk. So I get there's people out there that they're working hard. They need to, maybe we can find some incentives is what I'm thinking. So.
Well, and I will say this too. One of the things that different funding models have, as you look at it across the country, is in these areas that you're talking about right now, they offer incentives to colleges and universities that are training in those areas that you're talking about, that it costs more because you have to hire personnel. So some of these funding formulas actually take these things into consideration with that. And that's one of the things we want to kind of put on the table for people to look at.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You made a comment earlier about low value work, and I know what you mean. It's not that the work is of low value, it's that they're trading their value for less than what their value is worth. That's the misalignment. We have people who were trained in something that is not lucrative, or were not trained, and if they're ready to work, we want them to, get the best for their efforts. But when we talk about misalignment, we're being driven by data. You're telling us data of what you believe are high wage, high priority, high demand jobs. No one has to take those jobs. That's a choice. No institution has to offer those. But that's misalignment if the goal is raising your earning capacity. To me, that's the number one thing I want to offer to Mississippians, is raising their individual earning capacity. Now, I also want them to go do something that doesn't earn as much if that makes their life happy. But the concern with misalignment, it's what's offered at the institutions. It's what has been the earning capacity for what was offered and the career coaches, and we're trying to help people to see those opportunities earlier in life. But it's also misalignment if I say I can't afford a diesel mechanics instructor. And the way I'm going to do that is to raise everyone at the institution till I get the diesel mechanics instructor to market. And that's misalignment. And we can't afford it. It doesn't make sense because the market dictates it. My mom was a K-12 teacher, so I'm not in any way saying that you have people who are not doing great work. But if we're going to train people in high wage, high demand jobs, it takes the instructors. The instructors are going to have to make market. And to do that as an institution or as a state, we're going to have to go hire the people to teach the class. Otherwise, it's a misalignment, and we continue to have capacity shortages because we have teacher shortages. So, I just want to make sure that is that what we're looking at? It's not just alignment of your curriculum. It's, hey, I offer the class, but I don't have a teacher. Do I really offer the class? And I don't.
Yeah, so I think there's some fairly, and it's easy for me to say, I don't have to run institutions, right? Pay the bills, but some common sense solutions. In that electrical example, if it takes us $80,000 to $100,000 to hire an electrical instructor, we've got to have an instructor. We can't have the program with it. And so that's what we just look at it as simply as that. I don't care. Doesn't matter what the history professor makes. It's irrelevant to meeting the demand of electricians in the Jackson metro area. We've got an unmet need, and the need is great, and there's a lot of missed opportunity. I think part of that, for you guys, seems like it is a culture. It is different than the practice that we've always gone by in our institutions. And so maybe it's just uncomfortable to do it, but I think we see an easy solution there to create a training program. You have to have an instructor and equipment in place. All those things are critical, and people, trainees.
Representative Boyd, do you have another question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Are we still running into the problem with MDE not or keeping kids on that 4-year accreditation and trying to get the 4-year degree instead of going into the technical side of things?
I don't know. I think the data says that we do a really good job at getting people to enter a college or a university, really poor job at keeping them there. And I think overall, what I would say I think the point you're trying to make, overall, we don't do a very good job at advising these students what the high value pathways, and there is a wide range of them. There's a lot of different good options. And I think that's the purpose. I think that's why you guys created the career coach program, so we could send people into the schools to make sure the students are getting the information. So then when it's time to choose what to do after high school, they can make a more informed decision. But I think maybe from a policy perspective, getting to your point is, I think all these things are worth taking a look. How we fund education institutions, whether it's at the high school level, community colleges, or universities, is it getting us what we need? And I think largely, my assessment is we're getting what we're paying for. And that's where I think consideration about, okay, well, how might we change funding models? And I would challenge the IHL board, to the community college board and the legislature as well, to come to the table. We're happy to be at the table. We don't have to be, but in considering ways that may effectively do that.
To use a popular word today, can we get the analytics to show where people or where we have the opportunities for people to go to access these opportunities out there for high wage jobs? And have we got that in this data that y'all have?
We've got it. I don't think there's enough people looking at it.
We should be able to use that in guiding our K-12 and our community guys. I'm from Northeast Mississippi. We've been on those workforce coaches in our high schools for years, and our junior college really jumped onto the playing field too. And so we're using everything we can, but I still see my granddaughter's a senior this year. Seems like the workforce coaches are there and they're doing a good job, but I still think they're letting maybe some of them fall through the cracks.
No question.
Senator Hobson, did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Briefly, and it relates to what Representative Boyd was just talking about. I think we're still overall as a state in the infancy of career coaches. So I do think we spent a lot of money here in the state in creating the career coach program, which is going to help steer these young students into the proper place they need to be. Largely, that's going to be either, if they want to get into a trade quickly, the credentialing at the community colleges, or maybe sometimes just some type of apprenticeship. I do think, again, because we're so new, I hope some of this is going to change, and I think our career coaches are going to have to be adaptable to changes. While construction fields may be wonderful right now, when some of the money runs out from the programs that we've created through ARPA spending, CARES, et cetera, it may not be that way in 10 years. You may not have all the construction jobs. I mean, a lot of careers ebb and a lot of trades ebb and flow over time. And I think that's why these career coaches can be valuable, because they can help students adapt to whatever is important. I think you're always going to have a need for things like teachers and your allied health professions, but you're not always going to have some other things that are out there. So I still think, Patrick, no offense, but some of the comments about not doing a good job, we really just got, even though they've done a good job in Northeast Mississippi, maybe, I don't think we've been in this long enough with career coaches to really have a good model to be able to say this is working or not working. I still think we need a little bit more time. That's just a commentary on that. But I hope that it is showing dividends, and I hope that as we analyze the data from where these students are going, that's going to pay off. It may be 8 or 10 years from now. It reminds me of, what we did with the Reading Gate. We didn't see results for a while, but then we're starting to see results now. And especially in the education arena, it takes some time to kind of turn the ship around to make it produce what you want. But I don't disagree with the philosophies that are espoused here today. I just think some of these things are pretty new on how our students and where they're going. And again, to Senator Sparks's point, some students just want to I may want to be, an archaeologist that doesn't pay a lot, or some, pick your thing, but that's what I want to do. And we need universities that offer those programs too. We may not have as much state funding to support a program like that, but we don't want to limit the ability for certain universities. Not every university is going to be able to offer every program, but some that have a more comprehensive scale should be able to offer programs that are, frankly, we don't want to offer just students, in my opinion, students that just keep jobs in Mississippi. We want to put our people out in the world to make a difference. And so there's a balance there that I think we have to consider when we look at funding models and when we look at opportunities for our universities to excel.
All right.
Thank you.
Dr. Allen, did you want to say something else?
Senator Sparks was asking a little bit earlier about that ability to pay that different wage. We do that every day. So if the industry, the wage is going to demand that, that's what we have to do in order to compete. We steal those instructors from industry. That's the reality of it. And sometimes it's simply because they want to change in lifestyle. And so they're willing to come work in our environment because of that. Maybe it's less travel, those type things, is rarely because of the pay. But we have to be as competitive as we can be. And of course, we always need help doing that. Things like CTE Advantage is one of those ways that program has helped us to invest more dollars in those programs and be more competitive across the board, not only with equipment, but with pay. So we appreciate that support.
Final question.
Yeah, thank you. What areas are we most efficient in, and are we meeting the demands of the workforce here in the state?
I think what I would say is in part, most every college and institution out there has high value programs. Generally, in some cases, we're meeting demand. In some areas where we're not meeting, generally the problem is scale. We've got to find ways to, Dr. Allen can tell you, teaching a history class requires a lot less resources than teaching a diesel mechanic class. And so, I think those are the types of challenges that policy has to try to address in order to make sure those matches are right and make sure those institutions aren't forced, just from a financial perspective, to do certain things just to pay the bills. But policy actually incentivizes the whole state, starting with the career coach program, but to funnel more students into these critical areas. But to your question, generally the problem is scale. We've got the training, the resources, just not at enough scale.
Thank you very much. Patrick, if you will email us your 3 recommendations and I'll submit that to the committees, for the membership, because I know they want that. Our next speaker to come up is Leanne Robinson, who is Director of LBO, who is no stranger to any of us. And Leanne is going to, she has a history of, we're going to be looking this afternoon at IHL specifically, and you have a handout that has the history of the funding formula that she has prepared, and she's going to give us just a general history of what IHL uses to fund our universities and colleges. Thank you.
Working. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate y'all seeing me today. I will preface this with, this is a presentation based on information that was provided by both IHL and the National Center for Higher Education Management System, the NCHEMS. So I'm going to defer a lot of these questions unless it has to deal with the legislative funding of IHL to them when they come up here. So the first slide, this is the timeline of significant changes to the IHL funding formula from the 1980s to now. I will go into more detail here in a minute on each of these times. In the 1980s, we used a formula based on enrollment. To now the board is using a board base plus. So if there's an increase or decrease during the session, this past session, there was a 1.1% decrease to IHL funding. They did that across the board to all the universities. They reduced their budgets by 1.1%. So in the 1980s, the Board of Trustees used the funding formula. It was based on enrollment, relying on per full-time or FTE calculations. The state provided most of the funding, while smaller portions was provided by tuitions and endowments. And just as a note, in 1982, the total funding, and since we're talking IHL and community colleges, the total funding for those was $241 million. At the end of those 8 or 9 years in 1989, it was $334 million. So an increase of about $93 million over those few years. In the 1990s, the Ayers desegregation lawsuit challenged the levels of funding that was at the HBCUs. At that time, the IHL leadership froze the existing formula in order to facilitate the lawsuit's conclusion. And with that settlement, there was some complications in complicating the funding of each of the universities. There were some concerns at that time about supplanting funds, and therefore the board decided at that time to use constant percentage allocation in order to avoid that situation. The only real changes that were made during those years was legislative line items kind of drove forward any changes that were in that formula. In the 1990s, we began the year appropriated with $339 million in funding. By 2000, that was up to $767 million. So over that 10-year period, funding to IHL and community colleges increased almost $424 million. In 2003, the composition of enrollment had changed significantly among the universities, and the FTE amounts began to show a meaningful difference between the institutions. The board approved an enrollment-driven funding model based on course completion, and the board allocated that through these methodology-based practices, which include instruction and administrative cost, predicted space needed, capital investment, small school supplements, and amount of the state support received. The hope was to implement this in for fiscal year 2009. However, if it had been implemented, there would have been some drastically change in funding. For example, some of the regional universities, Delta State would have been reduced by almost 23%, the W by almost 26%. And so while the board adopted this formula, the legislature actually froze the formula in the appropriation bills. There was language outlined in the appropriation bills that did not allow for this to take effect because of those reductions. So due to the significant reductions, like I said, that was frozen. In 2010, the funding for IHL and community colleges was $977 million. So over that 10-year period, that was a $210 million increase for that 10 years. In 2014, 2015, about this time, the legislature created this council. Dr. Allen just mentioned it. One of the things that they were tasked with was also to implement some type of new formula to allocate the funds to the universities. The board did take steps to implement this type of formula and hired NCHIMS again, which recommended developing a funding that would have a performance component. They were adjusting for tuition revenue at the institutions and also wanted to ensure that fair treatment would be considered for all public funds, including tuition, when determining the allocation of state dollars. The resulting formula was based on weights, and it used completed credit hour productions, weights for non-resident students, and then also a hold harmless provision. These base operational rates with those added weights were for the number of students by course type and level. Based on the concerns of these huge swings in this funding, the board voted to implement a hold harmless in 2014 and 2015, which allowed for only a slight or flat increase for that funding. The 2015 funding for IHL and community colleges was $921 million, which over that 5-year period was actually a reduction of $56 million. So we are starting now to go into budget reductions happening. During this time, we had the recession and funding to all of state government began to be reduced. In 2016, the board's main priority due to these budget cuts that were occurring was the importance of funding faculty and staff salaries. So the board approved the suspension of the formula and presented a system-wide request for the legislature to increase faculty compensation. The legislature did provide that funding in the 2015 regular session, and the board allocated those funds based on the proportion of faculty salaries to provide those pay increases. However, in January 2016, the general funds decreased significantly and budget reductions occurred across state government. The governor did 5% across the board cuts that year, and therefore the board returned to a base plus approach in the allocation of the appropriations to institutions based on these increases or decreases. In 2018 is when the full budget cuts kind of took effect and the legislature was implementing some of this reductions. The funding was reduced down to $828 million, which was a reduction of $93 million over a 3-year period. However, I will note, since I have present day, today's funding for IHL and community college is now at $1,040 million, which is an increase from that low of 2018 of right at $212 million. The legislature, and I don't know if it was this committee, had requested the IHL and MCHIMS to put together what this funding formula would have looked like. The current formula that is under, that the IHL is under right now. And as you'll see with these regional universities, they would have lost the most significant funds. Ole Miss and Mississippi State would have come out ahead. Mississippi State about 165 million, Ole Miss right at 119. But even Southern would have a reduction of close to $156 million. So that's part of the reason why this funding formula hasn't been implemented at this point. Then, so as for the new formulas, what they are now moving forward with, the state appropriations over the past few years from 2014 to current has actually reduced from 35% to 26% of the total funds of funds appropriated or funds being used at IHL and community colleges. The board has contracted with NCHIMS again to develop a funding formula with the following recommendations to be considered. They want them to look at the strategic focus of state funding, to develop intentional policies around tuition revenue and enrollment mixes, support institutions as their enrollment trends shift. As you all know, we're having this enrollment cliff coming forward. The three options that MCHIMS is looking at is base plus funding, which is what is currently being implemented, the per FTE model, which is kind of what we are doing now or what is in the formula, and then possibly an all performance based funding. So since 1982, there has been an $800 million increase in IHL funding. State support over this same time has grown from $1.3 billion. So the total state budget in 1982 was $1.3 billion. In 2026, our state support budget is $7.8 billion. So as you see, the state revenues have started growing. In the 1990s, a large increase that occurred with these IHL and community colleges was the EEF funding formula, which is a 1% set aside that was used for education. There's a formula that allocates how much goes into IHL, community colleges, and K-12. However, over this time, while the percentage increase in state funding, it has been reduced. Back in the day, it was about 15% of state support was being used for IHL. And at this time, that is a much lower number, close to 9%, 9 or 10%. So that is all I had to present to you, Senator Boyd.
Thanks. Just a moment of clarity. I heard what we use kind of right now is this base plus approach. But if I look back at the NCHIMS documents that go back to 2012, base plus, part of a base plus approach also includes changes in enrollment. And it doesn't seem like looking at, because we know that we've had some universities very much increase their enrollment. We know that some have, enrollment has decreased, but it didn't look like when I was looking through off of that, that factor was taken into account.
It doesn't look like IHL has taken that into account. It looks like they are just doing a straight across the board. If there's a 2% increase, everybody gets 2%. If there's a 1% decrease, that's what the board has been implementing.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like they're really implementing a true base plus if this is part of a base plus model. Is okay. All right, additional questions? Okay. All right, we will, yes, I'm sorry, Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Looking at the formula, going back to the ERAS funding, back in the 90s.
Yes, sir.
And when the funding was frozen, when we started back, ERAS had given more money. Did we go, when ERAS went away, what did we replace it with?
General funds in some instances. For a few years, they were using working cash stabilization fund, and then some of those colleges were supposed to have endowments developed, and I don't know that those endowments were developed, so I don't know that off the top of my head that there's been a replacement of AIRS funding at this point.
Okay, and the formula, was the formula changed? Did we go back, revert back to the formula prior to errors, or did we go with the replacement formula?
I think it's with the replacement formula.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Additional questions? Okay, thank you. All right, the next person we will have on our agenda is Dr. Nathan Oakley, who is no stranger to us. He's a senior policy advisor at Excel in Ed. And he is going to be giving us an overview of higher ed and performance budgeting as it's done kind of across the country. So thank you.
Thanks for having me. So I do work now with Excel in Ed. I'm a longtime Mississippian, grew up here, have lived here my entire life, worked in public ed and workforce here, and now work with education policy at the national level. For those of you that are not familiar with Excel in Ed, we are a national education nonprofit policy organization that is focused on student-centric policy. And I work with the College Career Pathways team at Excel in Ed. And so glad to be with you this afternoon. I want to spend a little bit of time just kind of giving you a sense of what we'll do over the next little while. First, I want to give you kind of a little bit of context for when we talk outcomes-based funding at Excel in Ed, what do we mean by that? I want to talk about the importance of it, both for Mississippi specifically, as well as kind of in the larger national context right now. I want to walk through some central guiding questions that you as policymakers should be considering as you contemplate outcomes-based funding or performance-based funding. We'll use those terms kind of interchangeably. But as you contemplate this here in Mississippi, there are some guiding questions that kind of ought to be at the forefront, both now and for the longer term. This is not necessarily a take one step and it's done for good. It could be an iterative process. And then we'll look at a handful of other states, Texas, Tennessee, and Florida specifically. And then should have some time if you all want to have some conversation or kind of some back and forth question and answer, can certainly do that as well. So first off, what do we mean by outcomes-based funding? This is a funding formula that applies a meaningful portion of the funding for students that are enrolled. And we're talking today about bachelor's programs, but this could be applied across 2-year and 4-year institutions. So we're focused primarily today on 4 years. I understand that, but keep that in mind. A lot of the terminology we'll mention bachelor's along the way. But it looks at applying a meaningful portion of funding for programs based on post-graduation student success. Not just enrollment programs, not just graduation, but what happens with students upon completion? Do they go into a job? What are their earnings? What does their trajectory look like beyond graduation? We would argue that effective funding formulas really focus on success, and for the purposes of running a formula, you could look at it within a 6-month period of graduation. And there's three E's here that'll be familiar to many of you in the state: enrollment, enlistment, employment. Those are terms that y'all are all familiar with. But practically speaking, state could look at employment that pays at least 90% of the median wage. Are you getting students into those higher wage, higher demand jobs? Are students enrolling beyond completion? So if coming out of a 2-year community college, a student might not go right to work. They might move into a 4-year program. That would be considered success for that student to continue enrollment and progress academically. And then the third one would be military enlistment. Are they currently serving in the military service? One of the ways the state can address this is by offering premiums for each of these outcomes, for the employment, enlistment, enrollment outcomes. Those premiums can provide a meaningful amount to really incent improvement or to change behavior. And those incentives should be higher for higher need students. It takes more effort, more resources, more support to get higher need students. We'll talk about some of these student groups in a few minutes, but to get those students out of the classroom, across the stage at graduation, and ultimately into that next phase, continued education or into the world of work. So what does outcomes-based funding really aim to do? It aims to incent practice. It aims to incent behavior. A well-designed performance funding formula is going to focus on what matters most, success of students, not just in the classroom, but success beyond graduation. Such a formula can also help spur innovation. It can help improve quality of the education that students receive. When outcomes are being measured, when outcomes are being rewarded, it pushes the system that serves the students to improve instructional quality and to think creatively about how better to support them. There's several components that a quality outcomes-based funding formula will include. States are using these formulas now to incentivize success in higher education. Texas, Tennessee, Florida, we'll look at in a few minutes, have learned from experience that there's really three key elements that need to be included in an outcomes-based funding formula. First off, the incentive needs to be sufficient. Is the portion of the funds that's focused on outcomes large enough to drive a behavioral change? If you're saying we're going to include outcomes-based funding and you're going to say we're going to set aside 1% of our overall formula to incent outcomes, that's not going to move the needle. I can get by with that 1% loss or some portion of that percent loss if I'm in an institution. So is the incentive large enough to change behavior? Secondly, are you measuring the right outcomes? And there'll be a question for you as policymakers. What is it that the state wants the system to do? What's the ultimate outcome you're looking for? Are you looking for individuals to just be enrolled in a post-secondary institution? Are you looking for them to graduate? Or are you looking for them to graduate and land in a job and provide for a family, give back to their community, et cetera? So incentives, they're sufficient, outcomes that are right, and then supports for higher needs students. And frankly, are those supports in place? And are those supports in place in a way that the students that have higher needs, that there's more funding generated when those students meet those outcome metrics, to ensure that there's opportunity for every student that's in the system. So why is this important, particularly now in 2025? Well, it's important to Mississippi because of the good work that has happened with education to workforce and the Mississippi education improvement that we've seen over the last decade. It's critical that we get students out of the education system and into the world of work. But it's also timely right now from a federal perspective because of the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act earlier this year. One Big Beautiful Bill includes outcomes in the higher education accountability measure. It establishes what we call a do not harm standard for higher education programs, wherein a degree program, and this is measured at the institution and program level, but what this statute does is creates a trigger that looks closely at individual programs. And under this statute, if a degree program doesn't generate the outcomes that are expected, the program stands to lose access to federal student loan resources. So low graduate wages equals loss of student loans in like one sentence. To make the determination, ED calculates median annual earnings for graduates 4 years after they complete a program. And then they compare those earnings to the median earnings of employed workers with a similar lower education. So if I'm in a bachelor's program, I just started right out of high school, I would compare that to high school students who are in the workforce, but are not enrolled in higher ed. And so they do a comparison there to look at whether the individual programs had an impact on earning potential for the individuals that were enrolled. And then ultimately, a program that fails to meet that earnings benchmark for 2 out of 3 consecutive years loses access to Title IV student loans at the federal level. Arkansas is one state that has already, outside of the work of the requirement of One Big Beautiful Bill, Arkansas has already undertaken this work. They are already doing programmatic analysis at both the 2-year and 4-year system level, at the program level. In the chart here on the screen, you will see the numbers don't matter so much right now. What you'll see is associate degree programs on the left, bachelor's degree programs on the right, and this is for computer information science. They've done the same kind of analysis using, I think they're using 2-digit zip codes in their analysis. But they are looking closely at the wage trajectory of program graduates as compared to a cohort of high school students. So you will see the green line on the left is associate degree completers. Green line on the right is bachelor's degree completers in computer science. It is cumulative earnings over time. And you will see in the orange, the public high school graduates for that same time period. You can see the lower trajectory across both associate and bachelor's degree for computer information science. You can see a much higher trajectory on the right for the bachelor's degree earners. But this takes into account the cost of attendance. If you'll notice on the left-hand side, the green lines actually start below zero because there's a cost of going to school for 2 years or for 4 years. They don't ignore that. But then you also see a point along the way where just short of 2 years, an associate's degree starts to generate greater income. It pays for itself. It has made a return on the investment of time and money. The bachelor's degree program sees a return just over 2 years, with greater earning potential down the road. But Arkansas is doing this analysis, and then they will use this going forward to make some decisions about a segment of their post-secondary funding. So I would ask of you as a group of state leaders, what's really the goal that Mississippi intends to accomplish here? There's some questions we ought to consider. What's the desired end result of an outcomes-based funding formula, if that's the route that the state decides to go? The questions ought to be around funding and what percent of that funding is sufficient to actually drive change. What percentage of the state's formula needs to be outcomes-based? What are the outcomes that the state wants to incentivize? Is it simply graduation? Is it an end result of going into the workforce, as Mr. Sullivan mentioned earlier, getting individuals into jobs that pay a family-sustaining wage? Is it success after graduation? Is it continued enrollment as a metric for the community college system? Is it enlistment in military service? All of those could be considered. And then what weights ought to be applied to high needs students, and how will those weights be defined? And then kind of a future-facing question at the bottom is, how will the outcomes be weighted for attainment of degrees that are associated with those higher skill, higher wage, higher demand jobs that are critical to the state's continued success and are the jobs that we know that business and industry are looking to hire in the state right now? So now ask, what are the types of data that states use for outcomes-based funding? And we've talked about kind of the different indicators: enrollment, employment, enlistment. There's some data elements there. There's some different ways that states measure these results. For enrollment, you could look very simply at whether a student moves from one system into the next, from an associate's to a bachelor's, or from bachelor's to professional school, or from medical school, or law school. Do they move on into that next program after they complete? That's one metric for enrollment. For employment, when students enter the workforce, what are their wages? And that information is available through UI wage data. The state collects that quarterly. That's readily available information. But what happens to those students when they enter the workforce? What are their wages? Are the wages they earn higher than some cohort of individuals, such as high school graduates? Do the post-secondary programs they're enrolled in set them up for success in a career that's in demand or that shows growth for future employment? And then with regard to enlistment, if they go into military, do they qualify as an officer or for some other specialty program or training? When we talk about higher needs students, there's several categories that state might consider. These are students really that require additional supports, require additional services to be able to achieve the outcomes we're looking for. Some of those students might be adult learners that maybe finished high school, dropped out of high school and got a GED, and they're coming back into the system as adults, maybe 6-7 years later. I did not intend to say 6-7. There you go. The only comical moment of the afternoon. 18 plus 6 or 7 puts you about 25. So are they adult learners? Are they economically disadvantaged? Are they coming out of poverty? Are they eligible for a Pell Grant? There are students that are going to need additional resources, financial resources, other resources to get them into back into the system and get them through to completion and success beyond. Or are they academically disadvantaged? Or they maybe they had an IEP, they're students with disabilities, or had other academic deficiencies that would require some additional intervention or support or remediation along the way to ensure that they are ready for that entry and ready to continue in their path to success. States can also tee up what we call an ROI analysis. And so Mr. Sullivan mentioned earlier, Courtney Taylor's in the back. I've formerly worked with Accelerate Mississippi, but the state can contemplate the use of an ROI analysis to look at whether the post-secondary programs that are in place actually lead to positive outcomes. Do they lead to better wages? Do they lead to continued education? Do they lead to military enlistment? And are the outcomes aligned? That ROI analysis, though, is it's in place right now in a couple of systems in the state, but there's an opportunity there to use that kind of analysis in a more broad fashion and then ultimately to act on the findings rather than just do the analysis and find the information, ultimately to act on that. But it requires some difficult conversations. If you're gonna conduct an analysis and you're gonna make decisions about outcomes-based funding, there are going to be winners and losers. And so you have to recognize that going in, and you've got to make some determinations about if we're saying that we expect somebody to have a livable wage or a family sustaining wage, there's got to be a determination about what is that number? Is it a percentage of the state median wage? Is it some number that's set and then revisited every 3 years? How does that get determined? And there will be programs that fall above that and below that. And so you know going in that you're going to be making some hard decisions. Also need to consider whether the degree programs that are being offered and earned by students actually align with the state's economic needs. So if you've got a projection of job growth over the next decade, to be able to look and compare where students are finishing with that projected job demand, lets you make some decisions about whether the program is really in demand or not. So the ROI analysis that's in Mississippi, just to give you a little bit of context for those of you that are not familiar with it, this passed in 2022 as a part of a workforce bill focused on career tech education reform. This ROI that's in place now is strictly for K-12 and community college career tech programs. It does not include the four-year system. It does not include academic programs in K-12 or community college system at all. But the way that statute was written is in italics there, that the Accelerate Mississippi Office of Workforce Development will conduct an ROI analysis, and they've done these each year. Those results are posted on the Accelerate website. They do an analysis and a report each year. But the expectation coming out of that is that ultimately the state would use those results in conjunction with labor market analysis information and other data to adjust program offerings to best meet the future needs of Mississippi's business and industry and to provide pathways for Mississippi's students and more broadly Mississippi's people. Again, this includes both K-12 and post-secondary career tech programs, no requirement for four-year universities or academic programs in the lower systems. So let's talk about a couple of other state examples that we're seeing. We have just at ExcelinEd just finished. If you looked at the opening slide, you saw the kind of the opening mantra of Pathways Matter. And I mentioned to you that I'm on the Pathways team with ExcelinEd. We have just relaunched the Pathways Matter website. And as a part of that, we are doing policy analysis across the country. We're tackling 20 states this year. Mississippi is one of those. We'll tackle the balance of states over the next couple of years. But as a part of that, we are looking at a broad set of what we believe are 45 state level policies that can really improve individual state education to workforce systems. And so as a part of that, there's several states that we have done policy scans on. Texas, Tennessee, Florida are in that batch that we've just finished scans on. So we'll share a little bit about where those states are right now. This is the result of some recent analysis that we have done as an organization, though. Texas, starting to our west, has adopted a well-designed outcomes-based funding formula. This is for associate degree programs, but again, you could replicate a similar kind of model in a four-year system. getting at those criteria I mentioned to you earlier around sufficiency of the incentive, the right outcomes, and addressing higher needs students. About $2,600 per student is outcomes-based for the system and community college system in Texas. That's 23% of state and local funding and all of the state funding for community colleges in Texas. Focused on outcomes, Texas puts a bonus or an incentive or a premium, if you will, of $1,000 for each student who earns an associate degree in a high return on investment field, and an $875 premium for each student who earns an associate degree within the number of years needed for a positive ROI, considering that student's projected income. So they're looking at the time to ROI as well as the demand for those particular fields. And then Texas is addressing higher need students as well, with a 25% premium for those students that are academically disadvantaged, 25% for economic disadvantage, and 50% for adult learners. I would also share, just as a note, that Texas has a separate community college system and the Texas technical college system. Texas uses an outcomes-based funding formula for its technical colleges, and nearly all of the state funding depends on the wages of graduates of that system. Nearly all of the money that goes to the Texas State Technical College system is based on wages of program completers. Tennessee has also adopted a well-designed program that's looking at associate degrees. You will hear from Stephen Gentile later from Tennessee, but Tennessee has also addressed incentive with about $5,000 per student that is outcomes based. It's 39% of their state and local funding, and nearly all of the state funding for community colleges in Tennessee is based on program outcomes, individual program outcomes. A bonus of just over $900 for each student who earns an associate degree in a high ROI field, $875 for each student who is employed full-time in the year following graduation or successfully transfers with at least 12 credits. And then Tennessee has addressed higher need students as well, with an 80% bump for adult learners, an 80% bump for academically unprepared students, and an 80% bump for low-income students. And then let's look to our southeast, to Florida. Florida has a outcomes-based funding formula that's in place for bachelor's degree programs. Of that formula, $1,000 per student is outcomes-based. That's 6% of their state funding that goes into their formula. And there is no local funding for four-year institutions in Florida. On the outcomes front, Florida offers a bonus of right at $200 for each student who is continuing their education a year after graduation or is employed with an annual income over $43,000. And then Florida offers a 50% premium for a 6-year graduation rate for Pell eligible students. So brings us back to really the guiding questions that I've got for you as a set of state policymakers. What is it that Mississippi wants to do? Is Mississippi interested in measuring the outcomes of post-secondary systems in order to benefit the individuals that those systems serve? And if so, how much of that funding formula that's allocated out now should be based on those outcomes? What are the specific outcomes that you want to incentivize? And what are the weights that need to be considered for students that might need additional support to ensure they make it across the finish line and into the workforce? So I will stop there and be glad to take any questions you've got.
Senator Hobson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan, you had a couple of slides at the end. Texas and Tennessee, I think, were the states that had some funding formula for. One of those had the adult learners and the I've forgotten if it was poverty area, and then you had the Florida one, I think was last, that had 50% for Pell eligible. How is that actually constructed?
So I can't tell you the specifics of kind of the behind the scenes metrics that they're using, but they are looking broadly at for students that are in that economically disadvantaged. They got I'm sure the students, just like in a student information system here, would have a flag that says they are economically disadvantaged or academically disadvantaged because they enrolled lacking some academic content that would indicate on Chair Hobson's record that he's going to need some additional support.
If you,
And then, go ahead.
can I, just so I understand this clearly, so if I'm a Pell eligible student, they would look at me and say, he's enrolling in this university, and so they get their normal funding plus an additional 50%? Is that how that works?
If
But
the
there
stu-
was something about a 6-year graduation rate. What's-
If the student obtains the outcome, they graduate, they go into the workforce, whatever that outcome that the state sets. If that student that obtains that outcome was Pell eligible, there's incentive that's paid for the outcome.
Back to the university.
Yes.
So yeah, you would wait the 6 years
Yeah.
to see, and I guess you could retroactively look to see how they perform that, but otherwise you'd be waiting 6 years on a new formula to see if the student is able to graduate if you're Pell eligible.
Yeah, certainly it takes, if you're looking.
Is that it? Is that,
Correct.
do I understand it?
If you're looking some years beyond, it's gonna, either you're going to have to have already been tracking that information in an SLDS in your state longitudinal data system, or you would have to kind of build in a time frame for that trigger to come into place. Yes.
In the previous one, and I don't remember exactly what it had on it, that's it, maybe the 25% for academic disadvantage, economic disadvantage, et cetera. That would be immediate, or that would be after they graduate?
These are-
Those are immediate.
Based on outcomes.
Ba-
So if the individual gets across the finish line, goes to work, meets whatever metric or outcome you're looking for, then at that point, when the outcomes-based funding goes back to the institution to pay for the outcome you were looking for, if the individual that met the outcome was academically disadvantaged, there'd be a bonus when they got it. If they were economically disadvantaged, there'd be a bonus when they got it. It'd be after the fact
So
though.
for the states that implemented this, they did this after the fact. The students had gotten through the system before they got the funding.
We're
Am I-
looking for
am I right?
program outcomes, not just enrollment. Yeah.
Thank you, and
Yes,
thanks,
sir.
Madam Chair.
Good question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's Texas, Florida, and Tennessee.
Tennessee.
When you looked at the institutions there, especially in terms of the high wage earners, and comparing the programs, did you look at how the programs, how they assign their programs to the institutions? In Mississippi, what the IHL grant certain programs at certain institutions, are they are similar? Because I mean, that's like giving me a head start, a jump start, if in terms of if I got engineering and your high earning professions, and give me a jump start on a school that does not have. Did you look at that?
We did not look at how the programs were assigned. We were strictly looking at how they, in this particular policy set, how they are funding the programs they've got. I will tell you that Indiana has recently undertaken a similar kind of analysis of program outcomes and looking at wages and enrollment over time. And that law went into effect in July of this year. And shortly before the law went into effect, the post-secondary system Indiana, of its own accord, looking at data, shut down about 400 programs across the state out of the maybe 2,000 that were in place. Just recognizing that there were some very small programs that students could get in other places. They could do that remotely. They were not generating a good return on investment for students. But to answer your initial question, we did not look specifically at how the programs were assigned.
And then your presentation, do we have a copy of?
It's available. It can be printed and sent out to you, certainly,
Thank
or
you.
or emailed to you.
Senator McCon, did you have a question?
So you brought in like Texas and Tennessee. Are there any other of these in the Southeast? Because we seem to like to call it the SEC and all the other areas down there. Any other states around that are doing something similar to this?
There are states that are doing this in other places, but in many cases, they're currently using a smaller portion of their funding. It's either a smaller incentive or a more limited number of outcomes, or maybe they don't offer all of the incentives or the opportunities for higher needs students. There are other states that do a small slice, if you will.
So what's the reason in them doing the smaller slice of this instead of taking it on as a whole?
It's the policy decision they made in their state legislature or through their board.
Like this group right here, huh? So, I've looked at Texas and Tennessee. Do you, are we seeing any changes from when they switched? When did they switch over to this would be my first, let's just say Texas.
So Texas, the technical college system in Texas has been in place for a while. The higher ed system is newer. I think it's only been in place a handful of years now.
So what are you seeing as far as results?
So the technical college system in Texas, we have seen them put a tremendous focus, obviously, on student outcomes, because that's how they're being measured and funded. And they're standing up programs that generate benefit to students because they know those students will earn a wage premium that's going to be beneficial to them to be able to continue to serve and to operate.
Yeah, I understand that, but at the end of the day, now we're several years out on technical, but you're waiting a few years, I'm sure, on the other part since it's fairly new. What about Tennessee? When they go into place?
Dr. Gentile will have to tell you that. I
Okay.
don't know the date on them.
Right, I was just anxious to hear because as we start looking at this, we want to know that we're heading in the right direction for the future of the state
Certainly.
as a whole. Thank you.
Senator.
Dr. Uncle, have you been into any areas that are now looking at the geographic region of the public schools and looking at what might need to be offered in the public schools, and where money will be going, and how that would advance the students before finish?
Let me reframe your question. I'm having a hard time hearing you. Or have we looked at how high schools might better change programs to match up with post-secondary? That is a big part of the overall process. When you talk education to workforce governance or education to workforce system, there's got to be a strong connection between K-12, post-secondary, business and industry, economic development. All of those players are kind of in the field. The ROI analysis that Mississippi is currently doing could be informative to say, we know there's demand for industrial maintenance. We know there's demand for advanced manufacturing. We know there's demand for healthcare and nursing. We know there's demand for STEM industries or welding for the shipbuilding industry on the coast. And as a result of that, we need to ensure that we've got community college programs that are available for those studies. And we need to have the high school programs aligned to match those. And so that is a part of kind of the overall system. And I think Dr. Taylor is presenting in the morning. They work closely with the Department of Ed still on a number of fronts. And part of that work is also on looking at career tech programming and how those programs match up.
Was that a recommendation for the state of Mississippi?
So certainly, we would recommend that every state look closely at their high school career tech programs, their academic programs and career tech programs, to ensure that there are seamless transitions from high school into that next phase, whether that's enrollment, enlistment, or employment. So it starts in the K-12 system.
Representative, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Real quickly, for the sake of time. Outcomes-based funding can focus institution on student outcomes. But without other efforts, it's unlikely to solve state credential attainment shortfalls. Can you help me? Most research shows past and existing OBF models have had little or no effect. So can you help me a little bit?
So if part of our goal is credential attainment in the state and that Ascent to 55 goal, then getting students across the finish line to graduate is one step to get there. But I would argue that our ultimate goal is not really just to get them credentialed, but to get them into the workforce. And so that's one of the reasons that I would say, certainly you're looking at the credential element of this, but there's going to be credential attainment both through post-secondary system, through military service, through industry recognized certification exams, a number of different ways that individuals might get a quote unquote certificate toward that state goal. But ultimately, the outcomes-based funding is focused really more on not just the credential attainment, but getting individuals into the workforce and earning a wage.
Yes, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question is, from the research that you have done in Texas and Tennessee, what has been the impact on the funding for the HBCUs that are located in those two states? Or do you have that?
I do not have
information?
that with me.
Senator Sparks, you've got some questions?
Just very brief. I want to circle back around and make sure I understood you. In Indiana, this was pursued and studied, and once it was going to be implemented, that there was an ROI piece on programs and on degree programs. That once they recognized this was happening, they closed 400 programs?
The institutions, before the law went into effect, went ahead and of their own accord said, like, we've done the analysis. We know that this is going to be coming as required by law. Before the law goes into effect, we're going to, of our own accord, say, we're not going to continue to operate these
So,
because of the small enrollment, because of the lack of return.
and I understand small enrollment, and that may be a challenge because, as Senator Hobson said earlier, there may be some great programs we want to offer as a state that may not be large programs. But if you closed 400 programs because of ROI requirements, the problem I have is, and people in here today, we're all thinking about institutions and we're all thinking about funding that flows to institutions. It's the student outcome. If the student outcomes are good, the institution will be good and they will have good alumni. The concern I have is if they had 400 programs, and I don't know the size of Indiana versus Mississippi, but if we have dozens or 100 programs that we're operating in this state, that if we went to an ROI-driven model, that the universities would just say, I'm washing my hands of that. Aren't those lost leaders today? Doesn't that impact your financial viability as an institution, running a program that has a non-ORI positive?
Certainly it impacts your ability to operate. Yes. I would argue that the intent there, and there need to be guardrails, there need to be kind of thresholds, parameters, some clear allowances, if you will, for jobs that are critical to the state, that are critical to a community. But to be able to take a look at that and make an informed decision at the state level to be a strong steward of the resources is the approach that Indiana and their IHLs or their post-secondary system.
Well, and I would go further to say if we offer 2X or 3X for any program, I don't care whether it's a good program or not, our institutions are going to offer it because they want 2X or 3X. That's just being a good economic actor. But when you sit down and say the X is based on the ROI of the student, so the student outcome is anticipated to be better, i.e. the community outcome, the family outcome, the earning capacity, and we're going to reward fund that, if you will, and programs close, that's what happened in Indiana, is that they just saw they were not feasible in an ROI world?
They saw they were not feasible to continue to operate from a financial standpoint, from a program outcome standpoint, and the institutions said, we're gonna close these down.
Senator?
Yes, tell me, what impact will this formula have on comprehensive universities and regional universities? Will it be the same impact on both the comprehensive and the regional one?
It would depend on how the formula was ultimately constructed. So if it was constructed at the state level to be identical for comprehensive and regional, then it would have a similar kind of impact. It'd be looking at the same kind of outcomes.
Will it be based on the type of courses offered at those institutions? What?
It would be looking at outcomes of students once they complete the degree program.
But it's based on the degrees those institutions are offering, is that correct? will be based on those degrees those specific institutions would be offering.
And the outcomes of those degrees, yes.
And so conceivably, some of those that are offering those high dollar degrees will be receiving less under the formula.
So depending on how the formula is structured, again, this is a theoretical kind of conversation. There's not a formula in place right now in the state that includes this. So however that formula is created, if it's created in a way that looks at the outcomes of a program, that's looking at wage outcomes, employment outcomes, then it's going to look at the individual outcomes from each of those programs to be able to come up with that calculation of the allocation to the individual institution.
So we had to be careful in coming up with a formula that so it won't cause any particular harm to some of those institutions don't offer those particular courses that you mentioned earlier.
All right. Any additional questions? I've got a couple of things I want to ask.
Sure.
Okay. I think the one thing that Senator Sparks touched on that I think you've brought up, but I kind of want to go back to that for just a second, is these outcomes are student-based. It is looking at the success, not of the institution. We're looking at outcomes of students. When a lot of these states have looked at this, is what are the things that are going to progress students to be able to be higher wage earners, to support their families and to live healthy and happy. So I think when I've looked at this stuff across the country, it is very student focused and student based. Am I making a correct interpretation of what's being done out there?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. There's the other thing too, as we've been in conversations with a number of people, and by the way, Senator Frazier, we're not proposing anything on this particular, but we wanted to bring these, this is kind of what's going around the country, and we wanted to bring this out. There's a lot of conversations that are being had across the country. There's 30 states that have some level of performance-based funding, whether it be a little bit or a lot, because those are really looking at student outcomes. Can you tell us, I know there's a lot of conversations being around the country. People are going back and looking at, if they only did a small percentage of funding, they're looking at more. Tell us what's going on around the country in these conversations.
So I think from our perspective, when we look at what the ideal would be, I'd mentioned, I think, sufficiency of the funding. I think when we look at like Accelerate has a model policy on this outcomes-based funding concept. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it's a 10% premium, at least 10% above base would be based on outcomes. Certainly there are states that are doing a much smaller amount than that. There are states we mentioned today that are further down the road and that are more focused on the student outcomes because they believe that's the right way to manage their state resources and the right priority for their state higher education system. But we are certainly willing to support states as they're pursuing that, but it is from one end to the other right now.
Okay. Now I'm going to go back to Texas for a second because I actually went to not an Excel and Ed conference, another conference, and where Texas presented, and they had some pretty outstanding outcomes on what they've done in that. Or do you know, or do you have any information on that you can share with anybody on these Texas outcomes?
Yeah, I don't have that with me today.
Okay.
This policy, this policy sits at the intersection of college career pathways and education funding. And so I sit very squarely on the pathways team. We have another policy director that sits squarely on the post-secondary or sits on the outcomes of the funding, education funding team. And so this sits where these two come together. And so I look at this much more from the pathways side, but it's a critical part of a learner pathway is not just getting enrolled in post-secondary, but getting through that and into work.
Okay. And I've talked with states around the country who have a small percentage, a large percentage, or different things like that. A consistent conversation, and tell me if I'm, talking to the right people, is that states that only have a small portion are looking at increasing that portion because they have found that there are It's such hard to get those evaluations that you talked about and outcome-based funding, because you may have a state that has just a little bit, and then you have a state that has a lot of that. So am I finding that to be consistent around the country, that when the study you just cited, that it's really hard to look at because of just the varying nature of
breadth.
what that is? Okay. All right. Any additional questions? Okay.
Yeah, my question is, where did those students go if you eliminated 400 programs? Where did they go since it was decentralized? Did they centralize it anywhere else, or did students transfer and go to other states because they still offer those programs?
I think you can look at that in a number of different ways. I think there's potential where a program might sunset after a period of time. The students that are enrolled could complete, if that's something that you're considering. You could look at a situation where maybe a regional university was offering it, and now it's offered through a statewide university, and students could still pursue that program in a larger statewide university, or maybe it's a shared program. There's some different solutions there, probably only limited by the creativity of the folks in the room to make it work. But certainly would not say that you just shut them down and say, good luck, tomorrow your program is gone. There's got to be some forward thinking effort in that process.
Yeah, one other question. So where did the incentive funds come from? The general fund in the state of Texas?
I believe they're general funds.
Okay. So you're aware that the GDP in the state of Texas is very much different than the state of Mississippi.
So you get a little bit, right? Their population is a little bit different. Their GDP is different, obviously. You'd be looking at replacing one formula with another. And certainly would want to do a lot of financial analysis and planning on that from the front end to try to arrive at a new formula if that's what you're going to pursue. But Tennessee and Florida and Texas and other states have all done this to some degree or another, large and small. And so it's not out of the realm of possible.
Just difficult.
It is difficult. I think we mentioned that earlier. It is absolutely difficult. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quick question. So how does dual enrollment affect this funding formula? Does it at all?
So not particularly, unless it was built into the formula. Dual enrollment, those students would come in with those college credits. They might be more prone to graduate in a timely fashion after 2 or 4 years or time and a half because they had some credits when they came in. But it would not necessarily be something that weighed into this formula unless the body so chose to add it. It's really just looking at funding the institutions based on what happens with students once they finish the program. Once they graduate, do they go to work? Do they enroll in a continued study? Are they enlisted? Or at least some portion of the formula based on that metric.
Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You talked a lot about the big bill and the fact that the big bill no longer classifies nursing profession as no longer classified as a profession, which is going to have the impact, I'm sure, on the number of persons that will pursue nursing degrees. Have you looked at that in terms of the impact that it may have on Mississippi?
So they're looking at it strictly from program outcomes, not whether it's considered one thing or another, but are the individuals that are in a nursing program going to work, earning a wage, and if that wage is greater than a comparable cohort of high school graduates, for instance, 2 out of 3 years, then the financial aid remains available. The student loans remain available.
Say that last part again, I didn't.
If the wages of the program graduates in a nursing program, for instance, exceed those of a high school graduate, 2 out of 3 years, when they do the analysis, the student financial aid remains in place. It's not a problem.
Thank you, thank
That
you.
would,
Yeah.
that would not be an issue to your point.
Thank you very much for joining us today. We're going to take a 10-minute break. So at 3:20, we will have our next speaker. Thank y'all.
Thanks.
Hey, don't you listen all the time.
Absolutely.
Hey, that's all right. That's why you my friend, man. I tell
Come
you,
on, Mom, Brandon.
boy, I tell you, look, if I can swing
Hands.
I can do all that good stuff.
So which one, Brandon?
Look out.
Big center, max center.
That one, so I'm married.
It's good to see you.
Well, it's good to see
Things
you.
going well?
I guess, you got the question.
They'll have a Merry Christmas.
Hey, if y'all will get back to your chairs, please. Thank you. Yes.
This is so first, real good. Right. Then you got devastated and Devin here.
Y'all, if I could have your attention, please. We're going to start back. I'm going to try to keep us so we are not here till 6 o'clock at night like we were last night. And I know y'all would appreciate that as well. We are honored to have our the Tennessee Commissioner of Higher Education. We'll hear from our Mississippi Commissioner a little bit later, but if he is he on with us right now?
I am
Okay.
on.
There you are. Y'all, this is Dr. Stephen Gentile. He is the Commissioner of Higher Education in Tennessee. And they are structured a little bit differently than we are in Mississippi. He serves as their chair of a coordinating board with both community colleges and IHL. So they're structured a little differently. Each of their community colleges and IHL has their own governing board. So they function a little differently, but they have been doing performance-based budgeting for a number of years now and in different ways. So I'm going to let you talk and I'm going to shut up. So thank you very much. We appreciate you being with us today.
Okay, thank you, Senator Boyd. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and move forward. Let me share my screen real quick here. All right. Good afternoon. I too will not want to keep you here until 6 o'clock, so I'm gonna briefly go through how performance-based funding works in Tennessee, and get into lessons learned. I've been the executive director here, similar to the commissioner, for the last 2 years. However, I've been working at the Tennessee Higher Education Commission for 12 years, starting off working in fiscal policy, specifically on this outcomes-based funding formula. I want to give a quick overview of what we are as an institution, and I'm going to try to move us forward here. Give me 1 second, please. Okay. There we go. A brief overview of who we are as a system. As Senator Boyd said, we are a coordinating body. We are not a governing board. We serve, we came out of the General Assembly as an agency primarily to be able to coordinate among all the universities, the community colleges, the technical colleges that we have in Tennessee. We have 11 universities, including our UT Health Science Center, 13 community colleges, and 24 Tennessee colleges of applied technology that offer diplomas and certificates in the community college system. Our role specifically is to be an arm of the government to be able to set with our stakeholders in the government and with our institutions, a statewide vision for higher education. Where are we going to go over the next 10 years? We've been working on that this past year. We approve and monitor academic program success among all of our institutions, public, community colleges, and universities. With regards to this presentation, we also make recommendations to the administration and the General Assembly every year on state budget, what our institutions might need to operate in the upcoming year. And we use our outcomes-based funding formula to inform that recommendation. We set binding tuition ranges for in-state undergraduate students. And we also prioritize on behalf of the state capital outlay projects and capital maintenance projects. One other thing that we do is that second to last row there, we maintain all the state's data and reporting and analysis for higher education. We collect enrollment and completion information among all of our public institutions that allows us to be able to track where students are transferring to, when they finish, when they graduate, etc. About 15 years ago, we changed how we inform our recommendation to the administration and to the General Assembly. Up until 2010, we relied nearly solely on 14th day enrollment. How many students were in a chair in the classroom on the 14th day of last year's academic calendar would inform what our recommendation would be for any one of our institutions. And should enrollment have increased, our recommendation for that institution would have increased. Going back to the early 80s, we did have a sliver of our funding dedicated to performance-based funding, looking at how many programs were accredited, how many programs were high producing. That was a small, about 5% overall of the pie. And we also have some fixed costs that are part of that formula back then. So how big of a campus footprint do you have with your facilities? In actuality, though this was an enrollment model and it applied to our universities and community colleges, it was rarely followed. In fact, it was essentially a hold harmless was placed in to protect institutions that lost enrollment. The state essentially held them where they were last year and would not let enrollment dictate what their appropriation would be in that upcoming year. So really, we had no fiscal policy, and really it was a base plus from one year to the next. Nothing was really informing the state funding of our institutions. In 2010, the state passed the Complete College Tennessee Act of 2010, which essentially swapped out all of the enrollment measures in that formula for outcomes only. And I'll talk in a minute about what those outcomes are. But essentially, the state said, we're no longer going to incentivize you on growing your institution only. We want to make sure that you're completing those students, the students that they have degrees when they leave the college. And we will fund you on that. And in actuality, whereas that first bullet point I went in and said that formula was rarely followed, the outcomes funding formula over the last 15 years has been followed every single year. And I'll talk more about what that means, but it pushes through 1.6, now about 1.7 billion in state appropriations to our community colleges and our universities. There are some statutory requirements of this formula. First of all, it must follow our higher education master plan. As I mentioned earlier, this year, we have revised and created a new higher education master plan. So now we are working on revising our outcomes-based funding formula so that it aligns with our higher education master plan. There are prescribed in statute outcomes that must be in the formula, outcomes that meet student retention, timely progress towards degree and degree production, and also incentivize transfer and articulation between our institutions. And we also have a requirement for R&D, research and development, to be incentivized in this formula. The outcomes must be weighted, and I'll talk about what that means here shortly, to reinforce each institution's mission. So if an institution is a R1, a Research 1 university, we should expect them to have a greater emphasis on research and development or doctorate degrees than compared to a primarily bachelor's, master's serving institution. And most importantly, this formula in statute has a required review committee that is to be conducted every year, at least some review of the formula. And what we do is every 5 years, an extensive review of the formula with key stakeholders. This key stakeholders include the chairs of our Senate Education and House Education, Senate Finance and House Finance committees. It includes our state comptroller. It includes a member of the governor's administration, typically the Commissioner of Finance Administration. And it also has representation from the institutions, the presidents of the institutions, community colleges, and universities. So from the very beginning, and then periodically every year, and definitely every 5 years, stakeholders from both the institutions and the General Assembly and the administration are involved in reconstructing the formula for its continued success. So the outcomes that we have, again, a lot of it was prescribed in statute, but with the outcomes that we have are unique for the university sector and unique for the community college sector. And I'll just walk through briefly what we measure in our funding formula. For the university and community college sector, we look for timely progress towards a degree. When we said retention was a part of our formula, we do that by measuring how many students trip certain credit hours over time. So when a student meets 30 credit hours, that is considered a success in the university sector. That's included as an outcome for that institution. 60, 90, and so on for community colleges, 12, 24, 36. We also, of course, incentivize degrees, undergraduate degrees, bachelor's and associates for our universities, and associate degrees and certificates for our community college. For our universities, we recognize master's and doctorate degrees, and a graduation rate in R&D, research service and sponsored programs. And for our community college, we recognize that they are not just serving students who are for credit and degree seeking, but they also have a role in educating high school students via dual enrollment. That is considered a success metric in our formula. How many students are successfully transferring out with 12 hours into a university? And then timely progression, how many awards per 100 FTE? That's an efficiency metric. We measure job placements for our community college sector, how many of the graduates are ending up in a job shortly thereafter graduating. And then workforce training, kind of like with dual enrollment. We recognize that not every student on a community college campus is degree seeking. Workforce training is non-credit bearing activity that community colleges are serving by serving the local workforce. That's measured in contact hours, and that's how we measure the success of that program. The outcomes here that are bold, so the credit hours accumulation and the degrees, they are eligible for focused population premiums. Essentially, we recognize that some students who are working their way towards a degree may need extra support to get across that finish line, extra resources. And so we want to incentivize that on behalf of our institution. So what we do is we recognize 4 focused populations. Adult, so anyone who's 25 and older, low income, anyone who's ever been eligible for the Pell Grant, the federal Pell Grant, academically underprepared, students with certain thresholds of ACT below college going preparedness. That is for our community college sector only. And a new addition to our formula a couple of years ago was recognizing students who are in high need fields that may cost more to graduate. And what we do, and this gets a little complicated here, but what we do is as an outcome, as a associate degree holder, for instance, in a community college, if they qualify for any one of these focused population premiums, let's say low income, for example, they get an 80% bump. They're worth 80% more to that institution. This one happens to be low income for that first population. If it's a second population, let's say adults, if they qualify for 2 focused populations, that is a 100% premium. So it goes up 80, then 20% to that 100%. 3 focused populations is 120% premium. And then 4, if they're academically underprepared, that is worth 140% extra for our community college students. And it's similar is done for the university sector, except for that academically underprepared is not in the university sector. So with all these focused populations, given how many they accumulate, outcomes might be worth different depending on who you're actually completing. I mentioned earlier having weights that meet up with the mission of the institutions. And I use as an example an R1 university. An R1 university might have greater emphasis on research service and sponsored programs compared to an institution that's primarily bachelor and masters. We will weight those institutions differently here. We do that as staff, but we do ask the institutions to tell us what their priority outcomes are based on their mission. And they don't necessarily dictate to us, but we ask them first, and then we run it up against what we see as their institutional mission profile, and then we assign the weights. And then earlier, I mentioned that we have about a dozen outcomes. In actuality, we aggregate all of those outcomes into one number per institution. After we weight, we scale those outcomes. We want to be able to compare a bachelor degree with a number of hours of workforce training and transfers out so they can all be speaking the same language when it comes to aggregating them. We use mathematical scaling to make that possible, but essentially what we want is that one unit of outcome after aggregated. An increase in bachelor degrees should equal about an increase of 150 in hours of workforce training. This is how we get all those outcomes compared into one number for that institution. We then take that number that they produced this year, we compare that to last year's number, and whatever that percent growth is, positive or negative, that growth is what we compare to all institutions. What I mean by that is we do not reward the institution that has the highest graduation rate as having the best performance in our formula. What matters is whatever an institution's graduation rate is, as an example of one of our outcomes, whatever that graduation rate is, did it improve upon last year's graduation rate? So an institution that has a 40% graduation rate, if they went up to 42%, that's better to us than in our performance measure here, than an institution that goes from 70% down to 68%. We are rewarding growth on their base. And over time, this slide here shows you an example of a period of time going back 6 years of how the share of appropriations change for our institutions. Austin Peay State University, they've gone from of that 1.6 billion, they've gone from about 4.7% up to 5.11%, and then down to 5.04%. And those numbers seem small, like in the hundreds, in the tenths, but on a 1.6, 1.7 billion, that's a lot of movement for that institution. And we can track the success over time. Some institutions grow, then fall, some fall, then grow. The community college sector, they went up to about 27.62% and then down to 25.8%. A lot of what we're seeing here is that, as I said, we're raw outcomes for our institutions. So not only does success matter, but they also lost a lot of enrollment during the pandemic. So they are producing fewer graduates over time. Their share of funding declined over time. But this grid here helps us be able to see how institutions' performance grow and change over time. Some considerations, and then I'll love to have some questions and answer some questions, but the benefits that we see of Tennessee outcomes-based funding formula, it primarily focuses on outcome counts rather than rates. So there was a graduation rate in the university sector, but that's one of a dozen outcomes. We find focusing on outcomes still incentivizes institutions to grow and meet the growing base here in Tennessee, and our high school senior classes are growing right now. We want our institutions to be serving more and more students, but we want them to be completing them. So we don't focus just on rates. We focus on overall outcome counts. Institutions are incentivized to perform better relative to their own mission. So we are not incentivizing institutions to grow doctorate degrees, for instance. If they don't have doctorate degrees right now, we're not going to incentivize that in our formula. We were able to create this formula after about 10 years of solid data collection from our institutions. We had started back in the year 2000 to 2010 a robust data system that allowed us to actually put these outcomes in place. And now we've also developed really easily shareable analyses of the data. And so my team that now leads fiscal policy here, they travel often. This week they're at Austin Peay State University, and on early January, they'll be at MTSU, talking with the administrations at those institutions, talking to them about their performance and trends that we're seeing in their data. The thorough review process I mentioned earlier provides institutional and state buy-in because everyone's a part of this process. It's led by our commission, but everyone has got some role in developing this formula. Probably most important, the benefits of this Tennessee OEF is that the state follows it. They trust it. As I said earlier, they fund it. Most years we are requesting an increase in funding because of the outcomes growth that we see from our institutions. And most years the state is able to follow it. Even if the state cannot fund increases in the formula, the model still operates. If we were to receive no new money this upcoming year, the relative share of performance will still dictate what each institution will receive. So there will be winners and there will be losers. Since implementing this 15 years ago, we have seen continuous growth in outcomes. Our graduation rate, our four-year graduation rate for our institutions have doubled in the last 15 years. I can't put that all at the foot of the outcomes-based funding formula. There have been other initiatives that we've had here in Tennessee that has gone towards student success. But at the very least, we're rewarding our institutions for making that possible. There are some limitations, as you can tell from this presentation. It's not so simple as to write it on a postcard and explain it to everyone. There are a lot of mechanical elements to it. I do have a team of 3 who work on this throughout the year. It's not their only job, but it does require a lot of collection of data and making sure that the system holds correctly. Our funding formula does not speak to how much an institution needs. It speaks more to where were they last year, where are they going to be next year. It is not a funding adequacy model, which is what some states are exploring right now. Not just answering how you incentivize, but at what levels should our institutions be funded to begin with. Back in 2015, we implemented Tennessee Promise, which is a tuition-free program for our community college sector. Enrollment skyrocketed at our community colleges, which was great for our community colleges. However, because we were on an outcomes funding and not an enrollment-based funding, it took about 4 to 5 years for the formula to adequately capture that growth in our community college sector. So state appropriations to our community colleges took about 4 to 5 years to reflect that increase at the community colleges. So that's a limitation when you have great growths in enrollments. It'll take a few years for the formula to recognize that. Not all data is perfect. There's a lot of data quality maintenance that we do. And sometimes when we find that a data point is wrong, we have to put that outcome aside. Oftentimes we hear that we should be including other outcomes. Outcomes will not be included in the formula unless the data is good. And finally, in the first couple of years, when we had this formula, we saw a great increase in the number of short-term certificates at the community college sector. Institutions had developed their own short-term certificates that essentially gave out credentials to students who were completing their math sequence, as an example, which had really no workforce value, but it was a credential and it was counted in our formula as a credential. And that was the type of behavior we didn't want to incentivize. We do want to incentivize competition. And so we had to address that issue, but it does take vigilance over time to make sure that we're encouraging the right type of competition. And with that, I'll leave it there. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you so much for having me here today.
All right, I'll take questions. Real quiet. I've got a few, so I'll go ahead and start. Just a few. When y'all first began the formula in 2010, did y'all have a ramp up time kind of for colleges and universities to be able to kind of ramp up before that was applied to them?
So we did not. No, we did have
So in 2010, the act was established. By 2011, the formula was in operation. So we did not have that ramp up time, largely because of the outcomes that we included were by and large like exactly what was expected of institutions to begin with. You're progressing, you're completing students. So there wasn't a lot of institutional behavior that we had to introduce to begin with. So we did not have a ramp up.
Okay. And then your funding formula review committee, how often, I know you said it every 5 years, but does it meet annually,
It does meet-
periodically? Okay.
It does meet annually. Every 5 years is when we meet annually. If we're making a change, it's because something is broken that we need to fix before the next year. But we do get from those annual meetings, hey, it would be great if the formula had this outcome or that outcome. We say that's good to hear. We want to wait until the 5-year review to implement changes because what we don't want is the formula to change every single year.
Right. Okay, who also determines, and what's your determination for an academically unprepared student? Is it ACT score? Is it high school grades? Is it the school they come from? Kind of share with us what that looks like.
In Tennessee, it is essentially what qualifies them for for what might be called remedial classes elsewhere. We call learning support here in Tennessee. It is ACT threshold. And so it's a certain threshold for ACT composite, 18 and below, and then certain thresholds for the sub scores of the ACT.
Okay. Give us an example of, you said that it's incentivized to perform better relative to their own mission. Can you give us some examples of what that looks like?
Yeah. Yes. Northeast State Community College. It used to be a technical college here in Tennessee. They are now a community college that focuses on transfer to colleges and universities, but they still have a very strong workforce bent in serving those non-credit hours. At Northeast State, you're going to see a higher weight than you might at another community college that's long been a transfer-oriented college only. You're going to see a higher weight on that workforce training, that non-credit aspect. So that's where we take in the history of that institution, what's been their bread and butter, what's right for their community, so what is their mission, and we'll reflect those changes in those weights. For universities, UT Knoxville and University of Memphis, those are our two R1 universities. We do expect them to have a higher weight on research and development. If they were to come back to us and say, R&D is not that important to us, we would say to them, but you're an R1 institution, and we fund you at a certain rate for that. Your R&D is going to be higher. We've had that conversation with institutions in the past.
Okay. Also, I think someone asked about, in the list that you gave, there's a traditional HBC we saw in that list. Is there a traditional HBC? Is it Tennessee State?
It's Tennessee State University. Go Tigers. Yep.
Okay. That had been a question earlier on how this applied to this. Okay, I'm going to be quiet and let other people ask questions. So, question.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just got one quick question. How do you address the lack of funding, inadequacy, complexity, and delayed recognition of enrollment growth on the limitation, as you mentioned earlier, of the Tennessee funding model and enrollment growth and the mixed evidence on student success and career outcomes?
Yes, sir. So it's been, I would say this, we've not addressed that in Tennessee. It's been more of an observation that I've had since being here for 10 years. We experienced it with Tennessee Promise back in 2015, as I mentioned earlier. If a state like Tennessee were about to introduce a similar program like Tennessee Promise, and they had performance-based funding, my recommendation to that state would be to allow for a recurring, so probably for about 4 years of state support directly to operating for that institution to help them respond appropriately to that great increase. I thought we were going to have to do something when it came to the pandemic and losing a great amount of enrollment in our community college sector. It ended up not bearing fruit because our outcomes were actually pretty diverse. that when community college sector saw declines in some outcomes tied to enrollment, they saw increase in workforce training. So it ended up not being an issue there. But I could only say really, it's only come up once or twice over the last 15 years where I saw that as being a limitation worth addressing. But we don't have a lever to balance that right now in Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate you talking about the mission of each institution. There's also a student mix. There's people percentage that are on Pell. There's challenges that are out there, but we're not focused on enrollment increase. Now, you have growing high school population. We have, by all metrics, a shrinking high school population. We have an enrollment cliff, and just trying to beef up enrollment by any means necessary, I don't think is the goal. It again goes back to the students. So when you put together a funding formula and it's weighted, and you've talked about research for the communities that they serve, looking at their mission, do you kind of have a weight that approaches each institution? So while you have a funding formula, it's almost like an individual performance metric based on maybe your peers, but also yourself. Is that fair?
I believe so, sir. And if I don't answer your question, please let me know and I'll try again. So our formula, I would say, does not address that. However, in the multiple reviews I've been a part of with this and looking at other states, one institution proposed, and we didn't end up doing this, but could you provide an institution premium like we have those outcome premiums? An institution premium is based on who you're serving. So if you are at a certain threshold of Pell students, do you as an institution just get an extra bump on the amount of appropriations you're getting? I think that's a valid thing to consider. We did not go that direction here in Tennessee, but a limitation with any incentive measure like performance funding could put at institutions who have that harder to graduate population at a disadvantage if not addressed by either focus premiums like we have or an institution premium like I mentioned.
And I think the follow-up on that is we're trying to do a better job with career coaches in our high schools, guiding people to programs where they can achieve success. And that may be with partnerships with institutions and community colleges. One thing, when you talk about your graduation rate, because that's kind of a mixed bag in Mississippi, do you measure your graduation rate on FTEs? Because if someone is considered a graduate of a four-year university, they're only counted if they're a first-time starting freshman that graduates from that actual institution. What do you use as a graduation metric?
We use the same. The graduation rate is first-time, full-time enrollment. So anyone who's starting off for the first time at an institution and full-time, so 12 credit hours or more, will be in that cohort. That is why we don't have it in the community college sector. We don't have the graduation rate in the community college sector because we recognize that a community college is primarily serving, oftentimes, more often than not, non-traditional students. But yeah, we use the full-time, first-time measure. Oh, and then also we're able to, by participating in the National Student Clearinghouse, we count as a positive outcome for that rate if they graduate from any institution in the country. As long as they start off and graduate from any institution, that rate captures that.
Sorry, I want to follow back up on one question. I want you to repeat. I think that you said that, did you say your 4-year graduation rate, even though you don't track graduation rates, that your 4-year graduation rate doubled? Is that what you said?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. We can't thank you enough. We really appreciate, this has been really interesting, and I'm sure we are going to follow up with many questions. So thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. It was an honor. You guys do well today.
Commissioner, are you, if we let you in? You got it? Okay. He was locked out for a second. Is it on, Commissioner? All right, hold on just a second. Let's get you.
Now it is.
Okay, good deal. Thank.
All right, does everybody have a copy of, all the members have a copy of the PowerPoint? Okay. Well, good afternoon. Thank you to the members for allowing me to provide a general overview of our public universities and to provide some select outcomes data. The specific topics I will cover today will be enrollment, per student expenditures, the financial health of our institutions, the annual review of academic programs, our retention and graduation rates, employment earnings of our graduates, and our licensure pass rates. I won't read our entire mission statement, but in short, within our system, we strive to operate a strong university system that would adhere to high academic standards, quality instruction, research, service, and facilities, and a commitment to affordability, accessibility, and accountability in meeting the educational needs of this state. We have over 28,000 employees across our system, a $5.8 billion operating budget. We manage over 1,600 state buildings. We have over $740 million in research expenditures, and we award over 19,000 degrees, annually. Some of the specific student data I will cover later on in the presentation. I'll start with enrollment. As many of you saw, based on our November census date for our fall 2025 enrollment report, overall, we saw a 2.7% increase in headcount enrollment, which is about 2,144 students. 7 out of our 8 universities saw increases, with the largest numeric increase at the University of Mississippi and the largest percentage increase at Mississippi University for women when compared to fall 24 enrollment. Although the increases we saw this fall was overall good news, we have seen a general decline in enrollment over the past 10 years at our 4 regional universities. However, at Mississippi Valley State University, they have seen a gradual increase over the last 3 years and are closely approaching their levels of enrollment from 2015. For our 4 research universities, Jackson State has saw a decline, USM has seen a slight decline, and Mississippi State University and the University of Mississippi have grown over the last 10 years. Given the number of high school graduates, as mentioned earlier, is expected to decline here in our state, competition for these high school graduates will be much more intense. Thus, our universities and all of us involved in policymaking decisions must be more intentional about ensuring our universities can successfully navigate this impending challenge. I'll move on to expenditures per student. The table in slide 10 shows both the direct and indirect total expenditures and expenditures per student. With direct expenditures. These include broad budget categories like instruction, public service, academic support, and student support. These are the major budget categories that are directly tied to educating students. And the indirect expenditures include institutional support and operations of maintenance and facilities, which do contribute to educating our students also. Before I get into tuition revenue collected from our students, I want to provide some background information for context. Enrollment by residency shows the differences in in-state and out-of-state student enrollment by university. And we see some distinct differences across our institutions, with Mississippi University for women having the highest percentage of in-state enrollment, and the University of Mississippi having the highest percentage of out-of-state enrollment. You also see in fiscal year 2026, our annual tuition rates, with our 4 regional universities having a flat tuition rate and the research universities charging a non-resident surcharge at various levels. I was also asked to present information on tuition and fees collected by resident students and non-resident students. Of note, these numbers represent net tuition, which is gross tuition less any scholarships. So these are real dollars. There are differences across institutions and are based on the percent of resident versus non-resident students the institution has. And it is also based on what, if any, non-resident tuition surcharge is charged to non-resident students. In total, we collected over $312 million in net tuition revenue from resident students and about $457 million from non-resident students across the IHL system. The next couple of slides show how much non-resident tuition contributes to our institutional operating budgets. For example, without tuition revenue, from non-residents, Jackson State University would have to raise tuition on its resident students by nearly $8,000 to maintain their current operating budget. With our 4 regional universities, for example, without the revenue from its non-resident students, Alcorn State would have to raise tuition on resident students by nearly $1,700 to maintain its current operating budget. So our primary mission is to educate Mississippi students, but non-resident students do play an important role in our institutions maintaining and sustaining the operating budgets. Next, I'll move on to the financial health of our institutions. The 3 major financial indicators the board uses to evaluate the financial health of our universities are debt service coverage, days of cash on hand, and debt to equity ratios. All 8 of our universities currently meet our debt service coverage and debt to equity standards. All with the exception of Delta State and MUW meet the days of cash on hand standard based on fiscal year 2025 unaudited financial statements. Our auditors are working on our audits for fiscal year 2025. It should be completed early next year. And we feel pretty confident that the ratios that we have now, once the audit is completed, will hold firm. So not only does the financial health of our universities affect the viability and the quality of the educational experience for our students, it's also critical to maintain regional accreditation and a positive credit rating, which is needed to self-fund infrastructure and facility projects via self-funding them via things like revenue bonds and public-private partnerships, commonly known as P3s. I am proud to say that all of our universities are fully accredited by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges, with none of our institutions under accreditation sanctions. I want to note that SAC CLC has two specific standards that universities must meet regarding adequate financial and fiscal resources in order to maintain their regional accreditation. Now, why am I mentioning regional accreditation? Why is that important? If any institution were to lose regional accreditation, the students that attend those universities would not be eligible for Title IV funding like Pell Grants and federal student loans. So jeopardizing accreditation is a bad thing. Also, our system currently has a strong credit rating from Moody's Financial Services. And Moody's notes that the board's fiscal oversight of our universities and conservative budgeting practices as good predictors of financial outcomes across the system. And in the world of credit, predictability is good and uncertainty is not. Next topic I'll discuss is the annual review of our academic programs. On an annual basis, our academic programs that fail to meet graduate thresholds are triggered for productivity reviews. For example, less than 18 graduates for baccalaureate level programs, less than 12 for graduates for master's level programs, and less than 5 graduates for specialist and doctoral level programs. These programs that don't meet these productivity standards are subjected to a range of sanctions, including and up to the deletion of the program by our board of trustees. As a result of this process and our process for approving new academic programs, over the last 10 years, 207 new programs have been approved by our board, 162 have been modified, 140 have been placed on 2-year monitoring, 51 have been suspended, and 122 have been deleted. Now I'll move on to retention and graduation rates. Our institutions work to put together this slide that has a lot of moving parts, so I'll try to explain what all is going on here. This slide shows not only freshman to sophomore year retention rates in the second column, but it also shows sophomore to junior, junior to senior, and senior to year 5 retention rates. It also shows the number of students that stopped out. What percentage of these students stopped out in good academic standing? So I'll take a little time to explain the footnote because I have a lot of abbreviations in this table. Footnote B That is the number of students that stop out, so SOGAS, that's stop outs in good academic standing. Okay. C on year 3, those are the students that persisted to year 3 by institution. And if we look at percent GR in 2 years, those are the percent that graduated in 2, 3, 4, and 5 years. And if you want to know what our 4-year graduation rates are, that is the data that's in the next to the last column. So this type of information is useful in informing policy decisions for re-engagement programs, particularly knowing the percentage of our students that didn't return, how many didn't return, and were still in good academic standing. Now I'll move on to 6-year graduation rates. IPED's 6-year cohort graduation rates are calculation based on the percentage of first-time, full-time freshmen that graduate within 6 years. This has long been the standard for measuring student matriculation. However, there are some limitations. Specifically, part-time students and transfers are excluded in the calculation. It is not a perfect measure, but it's what we have, and this limitation is not an excuse to be complacent. We still have to do our due diligence to try to improve our rates and get more students to the finish line. The bottom 2 rows in this table show our 6-year cohort graduation rates by institution and the number of degrees awarded per student, or FTE, for our 8 universities. Now, if you look at the numbers, obviously there is room for improvement. But I want to point you to the data above that shows how each university varies in percent students that are eligible for Pell, part-time students, and transfers. And of note is the percent of transfer and part-time students. If you take Mississippi Valley State, for example, 44% of their students are part-time, which is by far the highest in the system, and 8% of their students are transfers. So doing the quick math, over 50% of their students, if they graduate, would not be counted in their 6-year cohort graduation rate. Similarly, for different reasons, if you look at Mississippi University for Women, 25% of their students are part-time, and 27 are part-time, and 25% are transfers. Again, over 50% of their students would not be counted in any cohort graduation rate. And one other thing I want to point out as well, we have a great partnership with our community college system. And a lot of states look to Mississippi as an example of collaboration between our community colleges and our 4-year universities. Many states are still trying to figure out students on the academic track transferring from a community college to a 4-year institution, and the 4-year institution not taking their credits. We solved that issue here in Mississippi years ago. So community college transfers are very important to our universities. However, a student that starts out at one of our community colleges and comes to one of our 4-year universities, that student can come and graduate, and they may graduate within 4 or 6 years, but they're not counted in anybody's 6-year cohort graduation rate. The other thing I want to point out is if we look at MUW, for example. If you look at MUW's 6-year graduation rate, it's 47%. Okay. But if you look at the number of degrees they award per student, they're at 37%, by far the highest in the system. And again, points out some of the limitations with our 6-year cohort graduation rate data. And I also want you to take notice of the differences in composite ACT scores for entering freshmen across our university system. Because if we look at students receiving Pell Grants range from 21% at the University of Mississippi to 71% at Jackson State. So all of our universities have a significant number of students receiving Pell. This infographic from the U.S. Department of Education shows that nationally, this is not Mississippi data, this is national data, the 6-year cohort graduation rate for students receiving Pell is 47%. The next slide shows how selective our universities are with their admissions policies. And I present this data because in recent years, the U.S. Department of Education has started differentiating cohort graduation data by institutional selectivity. And that's what's depicted on this slide. In the most recent published federal graduation rate data, the average graduation rate for all universities, that is the bar to the far right, is 63.4%. But for public universities with open admission policies, it's 28% on the far left and 91% for highly selective universities. This clearly shows that institutions with higher admission standards have higher cohort graduation rates. Based on our average acceptance rate in our system, we would generally fall in the 90% or greater acceptance rate category, which if you look at the second set of bars, the national average among peer institutions, 6-year cohort graduation rate is 51.2% for institutions with a 90% or higher acceptance rate. And the average across our system is 56.7, which is slightly above the national average. Now, if we look at this information by institution, the University of Mississippi and Mississippi State University are above peer institutions nationally, and we need improvement from all of our institutions to, at minimum, meet the peer national average. This issue of how selective our institutions are in admitting students is important because as we look at making policy decisions to improve our rates, we can't lose sight of our primary mission, which is to serve Mississippi students. And if we go back to the previous slide, an easy way to game the system, so to speak, in raising our cohort graduation rates, well, we just raise our admission standards, okay? And we cut off access to a lot of our Mississippi students. So as we think about ways to improve, we need to make sure we do it in a way that is responsible we serve our students, and we don't have unintended consequences. There's nothing wrong, and I do mean there's nothing wrong with incentivizing good performance outcomes. We just have to make sure we do so in a way where we can avoid some of those unintended consequences that I just spoke about. Employment earnings and employment for our graduates. InSpark recently compiled this data on employment and earnings at 1, 3, and 5 years after graduating from IHL institutions in the select disciplines of computer and information sciences, education, engineering, nursing, and social work for comparison. And our plan moving forward is to expand this work to look at a broader range of academic disciplines and maybe even try to look at this data 10 years out, because we do know as you move further out from graduating with a post-secondary credential, particular bachelor's degree or higher, that gap in earnings compared to a high school graduate widens over time. But some take-home messages from this data is that in-state retention declines over time for all disciplines measured, with engineering showing the highest out-migration over 5 years. So what that says is we may have some students that start out working in engineering here in Mississippi, but we have some that may be lured away to other states, primarily due to higher earning potential. And earnings generally increase as graduates gain experience. FY 2024 wage records produce a slight nonlinear trend in a few program areas. And nursing and engineering show the strongest earnings, while education and workforce show the highest retention within the state, which is expected. I also want to mention that recently, the U.S. Department of Education recently announced that what they deem as low earning institutions will be flagged moving forward on FAFSA submission summaries to better inform students of the earning outcomes for institutions they are interested in attending. Based on 4 years after graduation and adjusted for inflation, none of our universities are currently flagged in this calculation by the U.S. Department of Education. And I looked at the list for Mississippi. Most of them are for-profit type institutions, but this is something that we're going to have to monitor, because we don't want that designation for any of our institutions moving forward. Lastly, I'll talk about licensure pass rates, and the two major state level licensure metrics we track are the NCLEX pass rates for nursing students and Praxis pass rates for our education students. Our current rolling three-year average for NCLEX pass rates meet the accreditation standards as noted in the table. And lastly, due to exemptions during COVID that significantly reduced the number of test takers, MDE's Division of Education Licensure has not released licensure pass rate data because of the low number of test takers. However, it's my understanding that their board is meeting in a few days and will take this issue up. So we may have that data available here in short order, and we will be glad to present it to the leadership here. Senator Boyd, I will stop there. I don't know how I'm doing on time. And I'll take questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. This is great information. I appreciate your time putting this together. I have several comments and then a couple of clarifications, if you don't mind. First of all, congratulations to the NCLEX review. Those scores look fantastic. But I do have a question related to the annual earnings. if you look at the computer, the education, engineering, nursing, and social work, all of them after the first year go up on that third year and then the fifth year, except for nursing. Is that just a fluke or any idea why that is?
I think, for lack of a better word, I think for this data set, it's just it's just a fluke. And keep in mind, we're looking at a 2-year differential.
Right.
So it could be students that moved out the cohort, that moved out of that cohort that caused that glitch. But we know that typically over time, particularly when you go out to 10 years, that those earnings increase.
Okay. Second question or second clarification on the retention and graduation. And I'm just going to take the first Alcorn. If I look over there on that last column, it says year 5 and percent graduation of 4 years is 33%. Then if I turn the page and go over to 6-year graduation rate under Alcorn is 56%.
Right.
Am I correct in saying that the 4-year graduation is 33 and then the 6-year graduation is 56?
That is correct. Typically what's 6 years is the standard, but we do capture 4, 6, and 8 years. You typically see a significant bump like that when you move from 4 to 6 years. When you move from 6 to 8 years, you don't pick up many more additional students.
So that 10%, give or take, that's remaining out there, did they get certificates or did they just drop out after that 3rd or 4th year, or they just quit, or did you think they finished after that 7th or 8th year?
Well, some stop out.
Okay.
Okay. But some, they take longer than 6 years to graduate. Sometimes, life circumstances happen. Students, they may sit out for a few semesters and they may come back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have time with this microphone over here. Mr. Commissioner, this is more of a question than me responding to it with a statement. I just want to know, to improve the Mississippi Institution of Higher Learning for residents of a disadvantaged area, strategies must be addressed. Systematic barriers such as funding disparities and lack of access to resources and academic unpreparedness. I would suggest working more closely with the K-12 system in those areas. Would you agree?
Well, I definitely think it's in our institution's best interest to have strong partnerships with our K-12 schools. And we have examples of that with institutions having strong dual enrollment and dual credit enrollment coming from high schools in their area, because, particularly if we look at our regional universities, a good number of the students that come to those universities, they come from those contiguous surrounding counties. So those high schools that are around those schools are their major feeders. So I definitely think that having stronger partnerships and strong relationships, particularly with the colleges of ed at our universities, are definitely something that's good for our high schools and good for our universities.
And also, my last question, I think you may have said there were 19,000 degrees annually from each institution, total.
Yes, that's correct.
So is there a breakdown from each institution?
We do have a breakdown from each institution, and we can send that information over in the morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question I have, has there been any recent efforts to increase internships, externships, or work-study programs to help students, to help connect students to employers prior to graduation?
I think all of our universities through their career services offices are working to align students with relevant work experience while they're working on their degrees. There are also opportunities for students to not through a formal federal work study program, because those programs have been reduced in recent years, but through a homegrown campus work programs where a student may be a math major and working in the math department part-time, getting experience, maybe helping run a lab or something like that. So those opportunities are there. And we know that the more our students have access to those opportunities, that's going to help them in their overall preparation and readiness to enter the workforce.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Dr. Rankin, we've kind of touched on this a little today. My question is, are there any improvements that can be made to our current funding formula as it is right now?
Well, we're looking at that now. We've engaged the National Center for Higher Ed Management Systems to work with our board in refining our current performance-based funding model. So that's something that we've been actively working on for the last several months. But to answer your question, yes, there's some room for improvement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the funding in NCHIMS, as far as the formula, will this be their second or third attempt to write a formula?
I think this will be their second attempt, to my knowledge.
Okay, because the formula that was created, and trying to go back to what was presented earlier, there was a formula that was frozen in 10 to 13, but then I think 14 and 15 roughly was when the last NCHIMS version came forward.
Right.
That was held harmless, and then ultimately, and again, based on, I think, Leanne's presentation, 2016 to present, it returned to base plus. So a decade ago, and then 2 years prior to that, NCHIMS presented a formula, and I think that's the formula that was presented to us that would show the net changes had it been adopted.
You're correct.
Okay, and I guess my question is, how far back does Base Plus go? Because that's not the NCHIMS program from 14-15. Is Base Plus, what year did we start Base Plus?
Well, Base Plus is basically at the point where the board froze running the NCHIMS model you mentioned. And from that point forward, it was whatever the institution received, what they received the next year was based on what they received the previous year in appropriations. For example, if the legislature awarded IHL a 2.5% increase, then we gave each institution a 2.5% increase. If it was a 2.5% decrease, they got a 2.5% decrease.
And that's, I got the plus or minus part that we have done that equitably since 2016. My question is, what is the component of the base, and are there performance metrics in this model we've been running? In the just the base?
Well, at the point where it was frozen moving forward, the base is simply what the institutions received the previous year.
But that had to be based on something. It was based on enrollment, buildings, students.
Well, you have to go back to the NCHIMS model when it was frozen, okay? And what made up that formula, it was primarily, it was heavily weighted on weighted student credit hours, okay? So it attempted to not just reward students sitting in seats, but actually students that completed the course. So it was weighted student credit hours, and the credit hours were weighted based on discipline to try to account for offering some courses just cost more than offering others. For example, it costs more to offer a senior level engineering course than a freshman level English course. So all that was attempted to be accounted for in the model, as well as percent Pell students, degrees produced in high need areas like STEM, nursing, and education, many of the metrics that have been discussed throughout the afternoon.
So that's how the base was created.
It's
We've
built
been
in,
working-
yes, yes.
All right, because the concern I have is, and you guys have provided us a report on the enrollment cliff, and you shared, the IHL shared each of the 8 institutions kind of focus on that, and it seemed all of their focuses were on increasing enrollment. I don't know that increasing enrollment is our focus. Now, maybe if I was president of the university, I'd always want my enrollment to grow, but it's literally the outcomes for the students we have. So when I think of performance-based budgeting, I don't care if you have 20,000 students or you have 2,000 students. I care what you're doing with those people and their outcomes, and let's reward that, or let's incentivize that, because it sounds like the base incentivized our institutions to offer particular programs because we gave a little more for a nursing seat or an engineering seat. We recognize the cost. We recognize the challenges of a Pell Grant student, but that's kind of where I see performance. And I want to make sure that's clear. My performance metric is not how much are you growing, because that's a tough metric in a declining population, but it leads me to the question of cost, because if I'm chasing higher enrollment, and I do want you to explain to me when you said the net cost for a student that you listed, and everybody was about 16 to 20,000, I think, when you got out to the end, is that net of scholarship? What's that net of?
So let me go back to your first question first, because when I listed the metrics in the NCHIMS model, those are not all the metrics, okay? Some of the very things that you're talking about, there are progression metrics in there too, like the percent of students that reach certain matriculation thresholds, like 30, 60, and 90 hours. So it was not designed to, for lack of a better word, create bad behavior where you're just trying to get a bunch of students in. There were real metrics based in to incentivize students staying the course and finishing.
In the base or in the NCHIMS model that we didn't implement?
In NCHIMS model that was frozen back in 2013, 2014.
Okay. And I appreciate that, but we had performance metrics we put in a model, but we never ran the model in 14 years, basically. We held harmless, then we froze it, then we reverted. So I mean, I think we're on the same page about performance metrics. It's just that we hadn't really done it. We put it in the formula, but we never implemented it. And I think the gentleman that presented from Tennessee, you know, one of the things I kind of took away from it, he talked a lot about individual institutions and what their mission was and what, you know, their outcomes are. And we want to have that peer measurements, things of that magnitude. But when it comes down to total per FTE, there's not a big spread. Based on the chart, it's, you know, between 16,800 and 20,800. But I thought I remembered you saying this was net. So net of what?
Yes, it's net. So it's your net tuition is gross tuition less scholarship. So we wanted to present a real picture of the revenue.
Okay.
So that's the gross tuition collected less any scholarships those students may have received.
So when I look at the total per FTE column, that's what it cost somebody from a combination of loans, cash, Pell Grants. Somebody's actually paying that amount of money because this is net of scholarship.
Well, those are expenditures based on the university's budget. Okay, so when you say somebody's paying for it, who's paying for it, there are two main sources for operating revenue. That's tuition and fees from students and appropriations from the legislature.
But ultimately, that's what that institution says for 2,863 students, just because that's the ASU's on top, FTE enrollment, and then the total spend per FTE, trying to not talk about students, but FTEs.
Right.
Somebody has to pay on top of scholarship for $18,526 worth of services. That's what it costs ASU to operate.
Correct.
Okay. And the reason I ask that is, and I'm really going to go back to this enrollment thing, a lot of the report I saw about enrollment talked about people wanting to get out of state enrollment coming in. Well, Mississippi State and the University of Mississippi, you call the numbers, particularly the University of Mississippi, higher out of state enrollment, but they're literally subsidizing their own cost because of the out of state tuition. How are we going to pursue out of state students to help offset costs with institutions that don't charge out of state tuition? Because part of how we're going to challenge enrollment cliff is I'm going to lower tuition, but I'm looking at a cost of an FTE that's double plus.
Well, I think that's something that we're looking at with MCHIMS as we look at refining the performance-based funding model, is looking at these various sources of revenue and to, ensure that we have something that's better and institutions are not, for lack of a better word, the appearance that they're punished for growing fast. So all of these things are being considered as we work forward to try to refine our performance-based funding model.
And because I just don't want them chasing FTEs because they think the legislature believes success is an increasing enrollment when the tuition you're charging is half of what your stated cost is. But on the flip side, performance-based funding is taking that same institution who does really well with their graduates and says, we're plussing up on that FTE because that FTE is the performance that we're seeking.
Well, Senator Sparks, that's a valid concern. And when I talked about unintended consequences, when you look at performance-based funding, those are all things that we have to consider and make sure we're incentivizing the right things, okay? And we're not creating bad behavior because ultimately our job is to serve our students, okay?
Yeah.
And we have to look at the appropriate outcomes, incentivize those outcomes without at the same time creating unintended consequences.
And because, when you start looking at all these numbers and you look at them every day, I'm sure they get complicated, but even a growing enrollment, for instance, University of Mississippi, when we say, let's use FTEs. Well, FTEs is telling me how many people graduated this year based on total FTEs. Is that fair?
That's the number of degrees that were awarded per 100 students, correct?
All right. So if in the last 4 years, they have had tremendous growth, their FTE awarded is going to go down degrees because the number's gone up. The total number of FTEs has increased dramatically. So if I'm saying per 100, so that's why, I want to look at all this together is that somebody's not punished for a growing enrollment because technically you got a 3-year lag because none of those people have reached that graduation state yet in the last 3 years. But that's kind of our concern. And of course, I'm trying to garner from the reports that IHL provided, but the solution piece is we want people to graduate because it is a great challenge when you have a 44% part-time student ratio. And we've already had presented today the difficulty of part-time students reaching graduation. And I think this is the challenge on our community college and our K-12 before they get to IHL is that they're set up for success because I know the metric says some college, you know, and we see the income out there. Some college often puts people lower than no college. And part of that's because they've been in the working world. So my belief is that performance is based on the outcome for the student, whether that student started part-time, whether that student's Pell, or whether that student is out of state. It's their success. So that's the performance metrics I guess I'm struggling with.
Well, Senator Sparks, I appreciate the question, and let me say this. It's not in the best interest of any of our institutions to try to game the system and just try to ramp up their FTEs. When you have a good performance-based funding model, you're gonna have counterbalances in there to make sure you don't incentivize that type of behavior. And aside from any type of incentive funding, our institutions are accountable to the federal government. They're accountable to their accreditors, and those type practices, it's just not feasible for an institution to do those type things and be successful long term. It's going to end up biting you. So, you know, I appreciate the question, but you know, as we move forward in this discussion, I think that once we get to the end, there are going to be appropriate balances in there to not incentivize those type of behaviors.
Well, I appreciate that. And I think it's not something we do a formula and walk away from it. I think it has to be evaluated annually, or maybe what Tennessee was doing. But we also have to bear in mind, we have frozen and then discarded the last product that came from the people that are producing today's product. And that does give me some pause. Thank you.
Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. First of all, thank you for your leadership and also for your presentation today. Very valuable information. And in retrospect to what the senator said, I also believe that a university shouldn't be punished for increasing enrollment. Neither should they be punished for a decrease in enrollment if we're really talking about the performance. But my question is how do we simplify the FTE versus full-time, part-time students to be reflected in the total graduation rate, so that it won't appear to be, it's somewhat ambiguous in nature. So how do we simplify that?
Well, you know, I can give you my personal thoughts. And again, this is not anything that our board has discussed or thought about, but you know, there are some limitations in the cohort graduation rate, okay? But years ago, the NCAA used to look at that rate when, you know, evaluating athletic programs, okay? And they realized the flaws in it, and they came up with their own calculation, which they call their graduation success rate. And in the NCAA graduation success rate, institutions are not penalized if a student transfers as long as they transfer academically eligible. Also, if a student comes in as a transfer, you are responsible for making sure that student graduates if they stay at your institution. And when I compare the NCAA graduation success rates to our institution's cohort graduation rates, the numbers are higher. For some institutions, they're tremendously higher. I'll give you Valley for an example. Their cohort graduation rate is 27, 28%, okay? But their graduation success rate for student athletes is above 70%. Now, do I believe that their student athletes are just much better students, or they're, you know, no. It's just a difference in the calculation. And the calculation for graduation success rate is a more inclusive calculation of measuring success. So I think there's some things that we could do to better capture the graduates coming out of our system. As one of the speakers mentioned earlier, maybe looking at clearinghouse data to look at those students that leave, where do they go, and wherever they go, do they graduate, and get credit for that, as opposed to being penalized.
All right. Representative Hawkins, you've got questions?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Commissioner Rollins, my biggest concern for the state is, are we setting the bar high enough to make sure we get the best return on our money? And you showed us the 4-year graduation rates, and definitely we can probably all agree that some of those are not acceptable. Then you showed us some 5-year, but the data you use is 6-year. And my question is now, in the time that we have dual credit and so many high school kids are already taking college credit in high school, do you really believe that a 6-year graduation rate is a high enough bar for the state? Using that data to say it's acceptable or not?
Well, I mentioned that data because when you hear cohort graduation rates nationally, you've heard it in several of the presentations here. That is the industry standard, so to speak. But as far as setting the bar, I think our bar should be, let's get as many students to the finish line in 4 years, ideally.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do everything we can to get more students out of our institutions into the workforce in 4 years.
Because if a kid's going in with 12 hours of dual credit, and if he's there at 6 years, the only person coming out ahead are the institutions, because they went to school for a long time, paid a lot of tuition. So that's what I feel. But I just want to know what you thought about that. You'd rather say the 4-year data?
What was that again?
You would rather use the 4-year data? Is that?
Well, you know, again, we look at 4, 6, and 8 year. I think the goal is to try to get as many students to the finish line as fast as we can and with the least amount of debt when they get out in the workplace.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I've got a couple of questions that I want to kind of get to. One of the things that Patrick Sullivan mentioned today is he was given what rates and what the average earner could be out of high school. The average earner out of high school, I believe, was at 37. But when it went back down to a student who only had a little bit of college, but no final degree, their earnings actually were less than the person that just graduated out of high school. We are #1 in the country at getting kids to a higher institute of learning, whether it be a university or a community college. After the first year, we dropped to 38th in the country. And I'm looking at these graduation rates right here and some of these institutions, and we've got some institutions that are doing great jobs, but we have institutions that are not doing great jobs. And I want to know what y'all are doing as a board to evaluate those universities, to put this on a performance plan. Are you using that to evaluate the presidents? Is that in your board policy? Because these are not some acceptable rates that I'm seeing right here. If I know that I'm a parent, I don't want to put my child in a university where their graduation rate at 6 years is only 25%, or 4 years at 25%. That's not a value for my dollar. And I'm very concerned about our debt. That's why we're going to propose some things tomorrow that we are having these students get, and then they're not able to get through. And we're putting those students in a worse position than when they started. So how is y'all as a board, are you managing that to try to get these rates of completion up?
Well, I think when we evaluate our institutions, and specifically when we evaluate our presidents, we look holistically at a lot of different metrics.
Are those in board policy or are those informal board policy?
They're not in a formal board policy, no, but I will tell you that there are a lot of metrics that go into evaluating our institutions, and we look at a wide range of data sets to look at their progress. And specifically when we look at our presidents, you know, we have to look at where the institution was when that president started and where they are at that point, and look at progress in a wide range of different areas.
Okay. I would encourage y'all to put some of this in policy, in written policy, because some of these metrics are not good outcomes that we want to see. And I would encourage y'all to do that. I want to move a little bit to some questions that were had by some of our members who were not here on the out-of-state tuition. I appreciate the data that you provided. This is much better data than we have had on out-of-state tuition. But some of our universities are not collecting out-of-state tuition, very minimal amounts that they're collecting on out-of-state tuition. So I appreciate you giving us these exact dollars. One of the figures that I think that one of our members asked for is they really wanted to know the average price of an out-of-state student at each institution. They wanted to know what that looked like average wise. So if y'all could get that information back to us.
Average price of
The average price that an out-of-state student is paying. So I know some are given discounts or different things like that. So they would like to know the out-of-state price that each institution, that's one of the things they wrote me about. and
I
requested.
think if you look at
I've got some total numbers here. They are wanting it to know per out-of-state student. And maybe it's in here, but I didn't see.
that information is provided.
Okay.
That information is provided on this slide. Okay, so if you look at the non-resident tuition per FTE that's collected, and that's net tuition, which means that's gross tuition, less scholarships, that's what's being collected per student. That's what's being collected by institution.
Okay, but some of your institutions don't charge out-of-state tuition, right?
They don't charge a out-of-state tuition surcharge, but the out-of-state students, they pay the same tuition as the in-state students. So it's not like they're not charging them any tuition. They're just not paying the non-resident surcharge.
Okay, that's what we're wanting to know. We're wanting to know what institutions are not paying the non-resident surcharge.
That's what's presented on the previous slide. So the 4 regional institutions are charging a flat tuition
They're
rate.
charging a flat.
Don't charge a non-resident tuition surcharge. University of Mississippi and Mississippi State charge a pretty hefty non-resident surcharge, and Jackson State and USM charge a smaller surcharge to out-of-state students.
Okay, we still want to know though, and I'm going to go back to this again. They want to know the average price because some students are discounted, some students are not discounted. They want to know the average price when you take that pool of non-resident students. What is the average price that non-resident is paying? They want to know how much discount the average person is getting.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, I want to go back to the current funding formula. Commissioner, when you came to JLBO, one of the questions, I don't remember if it was Senator Sparks or Senator Lamar or Representative Lamar, was that why was the funding formula not adopted? And why did y'all not go back to that? And I think your quote was, well, there was going to be winners and losers. Do you remember that?
Well, I remember the discussion, and I think what I said, Senator Boyd, was, I think it came up, why was there pushback? And I just responded as to why there was pushback on it when I made that statement. But I don't think that's the reason that the performance-based funding model was frozen based on my recollection. Now, I was not commissioner at that time, but I'm going on my memory is my time as a staff member at IHL and also when I was a president during the time when all this transpired.
Okay. All right, Commissioner. Y'all have said that you're using a base plus model, but one of the things when I look back at the NCHIMPS reports that they did in 2012, they really talk about a base plus a model. And one of the things that they describe in page 11 of that old report is changes in enrollment. It doesn't look like that y'all ever went back and addressed any changes in enrollment since you did this base model. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Commissioner, this is wildly different than what a funding the funding formula that was proposed to NCHIMPS would be in some instances. We've got one university who y'all are saying received 158 million more than they would have under a model that was really really looked at outcome based. Then we've got another institution that should have received almost 165 million more. So we've got wild differences in this. And we've got to do a better job than this because we've got institutions that greatly increase their population, but yet we made no substantive changes to those funding formulas. And I realize that there's a lag on this, but this is wild because when you break this down by FTE appropriations now, you're looking at one university, the low end receiving $4,400 essentially per student, whereas another university the highest would receive $12,574. This is a huge difference in those levels of what the universities are receiving for students. And the university who's receiving one of the lowest has some really good outcomes. They've got good metrics on this. The two lowest have very good metrics in this. We have to do better. And this is the type of thing I want IHL to bring to us instead of us bringing this to IHL. We started these hearings 2 years ago. We were looking at the enrollment cliff. And we've asked these things. I've looked at y'all's report that you're saying of how you're going to address it. I have some huge concerns. We need to see y'all coming to us with proposed solutions on these issues. It shouldn't be us just spotting this. This needs to come from y'all and bringing it to us. So I appreciate your testimony here today. I'm going to close it with that, but I hope that we can see something that is very student focused, that is focused on the outcomes of the student so that we can have better results for our citizens. I also want to see too, our first speaker today spoke about there has to be synergy from workforce with IHL, and I will ask y'all to work on that immediately. So I'm finding out there's very little communication between some of our leaders of our institutions, both at the IHL level and the community college level with that workforce group.
Can I respond?
Yes, absolutely.
I think the board has heard clearly from the leadership. The board is diligently working on addressing a lot of the issues. And I think the plan is to come forward when NCHIMS completes their work with a allocation model that is better than the one that was frozen about a decade ago. So I think the board hears clearly and they're working on it.
Commissioner, I appreciate it when you know we're going to be on a legislative deadline on this. So,
We understand.
yeah, we want to see a formula that really looks at the outcomes for students and sees that we get those students to success better. I appreciate, and we had a healthy discussion on that, I feel like, at the Elbow Board of Duties to Institutions and all of that. Please know, first and foremost, and I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but we are concerned about our students first and foremost and getting their degrees. So, yeah. So, you got one question? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Many of my constituents have been watching today, and they have texted me to ask you, Dr. Rankin, do you know about when will there be a president named for Jackson State? And I've received several text messages. This question is from my constituents, and there have
Okay.
been 6 to text me.
The board's plan is to have an individual named sometime during the spring 2026 semester.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
thank you. Thank you.